Good evening. I'd like to hereby call the regular Board of Education meeting for the River Trail School District this October 18th, 2022 to order at 7 o'clock p.m. We are honored to have some students from the River Trails Middle School, and I'd like to have them join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, if they may. Please come on up. Behind you. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mrs. Johnson, could you please call roll?
Camardo.
Here.
Fiorito. Here. Friedland.
Here.
Grimpy.
Here.
I'm here. Pfisterer.
Here.
And Ronstadt.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, next up is the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they would like to pull or discuss? Okay, I hereby entertain a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented in its entirety.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Fiorito, second by Friedland.
Okay, give me a second here. Moved by Fiorito, second by Friedland. Okay. Ready for roll?
Yes, ma'am, please call roll.
Okay. Grimpy.
Yes.
Pfisterer.
Yes.
Camardo.
Yes.
Johnson votes yes. Fiorito.
Yes.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
And Friedland.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, board communications. This is an open agenda for any board member. Would anyone like to add anything?
Yeah, I was at the music concert last night, orchestra, band, and chorus, as was Mr. Camardo. And I just want to give some kudos to Mr. Kuzmanoff, Mr. Flowers, and Mr. Smith. The kids last night were nothing but amazing. And as one parent said to me, only October, wow. I mean, really impressed that in such a short period of time that the kids did so well. And the crowd was amazing too. It was really nice to see parents in the building and parents afterwards enjoying a nice blizzard in Dilly Bar. I'll give a plug there, right, Louis? So for the music boosters, so they were great.
Anybody else?
I know that Euclid has its annual walkathon. Unfortunately, they had to push it back a week due to weather. So at the PTC, they didn't get to announce, obviously, the amount because it hadn't happened yet. So I will report back on that. But I know the kids had a lot of fun. So
Awesome. How was the bingo night?
Oh, yes. Yes, NSSEO bingo night, good turnout, and a lot of fun, bingo and raffle prizes, and some great guests. So yes, it was very good.
We had a winner in the audience, didn't we?
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay. That brings us to Mrs. Kralmeski, the 2022 Annual Global Professional Development Scholarship.
Check. Okay. I did create a slideshow, but truly picking pictures for this would be like picking your favorite child. Luckily, I only have one, so usually it's not a problem for me. But I'm just going to ask Patty if she can kind of click through it as I'm speaking. I'm trying to keep it very succinct because I know I don't have a lot of time. But I have to say, I know that global travel is something that really changed the trajectory of my life. When I was 16, I traveled to Spain for the first time. And I really think that's why I'm here today. You know, I was lucky enough to be chosen for this Global Leadership Summit and this Educational Leadership Scholarship to go to Berlin, Prague, Vienna, and Budapest for over 10 days. I traveled with two amazing leaders from Illinois, Bob McBride from Lockport, Brian Horn from Orland Park, and from there we met so many, like 20 other awesome leaders from all over the country. The biggest thing going over there that I really wanted to learn more about is just how all these different people from all different countries, different states, how we are dealing with certain experiences with wellness, equity, how we're all bouncing back after the pandemic. It's interesting just to hear what people in our own country are going through. And I mean, I met a leader from Arizona, and when she talks about the equity in her district, I think about how far we've come and how much we've accomplished. And so we should be very proud of ourselves. We started in Berlin, like I mentioned. This was a global summit. This is where we were. I was truly in awe of the numbers of students that were there for this leadership conference. They were mixed together, different states, different countries. They were working together to create a prototype to fill a problem in wellness or sports and equity. They went through the design process. They went through a TED Talk University. They had to speak in front of hundreds of people, which is such a cool experience for these young high school age students. We had amazing speakers, very inspirational. I know there was a picture that went by a second ago. Blake Leeper, he's a Paralympian. If any of you have heard of him, he has won many medals in the Paralympics. He actually fought the Olympic Council to be able to run in the regular Olympics, but he lost because he was told that his blades actually put him at an advantage. And so he basically has to get new blades that are shorter, and he has to relearn how to run again. But he still, despite the fact he was born without legs, he said, adversity, it just molds us. It just is something to work with. And he is determined to be the world's fastest runner. He's also someone who I tried to call as soon as we got here, like, I really want him to come and talk to our district. He's very expensive, so something maybe for another year. We also met Sam Cass. He worked in the White House. He was the Obama's personal chef. He worked with Michelle Obama on wellness. And he talked a lot about the importance of early childhood education, just how between the ages of 0 and 2, these are the most important ages for food and health development. We also worked with an organization called World Savvy, just talking about how to be globally competent leaders, how we have to constantly reflect and adapt. We want to cultivate connections with our community. The importance of essential skills, not soft skills, but these are things that our workforce, that people are saying our students or adults going into the workforce now, they're lacking these things. And they just brought up a little fact that 85% of our elementary school students will go into a job that doesn't exist yet. So they need these essential skills. They need to be critical thinkers. And again, just the importance of providing our students and teachers with opportunities to authentically engage with our community. One of the most important things I think I heard is that we need to be rooted in solidarity, not charity. So when we're doing fundraisers, we're doing things like that, it's not charity. We're doing this in solidarity with the people, with our community members. Again, just a reminder, we are so small. Us in the US, we are very small, and there's so much more for us to learn to do. Berlin was amazing, and we continued our practice as we went to Prague, we went to Vienna, we did yoga in the park, we went to a music school. This program was also completely a bit of a sales pitch. They really want us to bring students there. I would love to do that someday. It's very, very expensive though, so it's something that will be a couple years in the making. But overall, an amazing experience. I so greatly appreciate being part of it. It was hard leaving home for 10 days, but I don't think I could replicate this experience in any other way. So I thank you all for your time, letting me speak to you. If you have any questions, again, this is just a very small amount of pictures. My mother-in-law, I think, fell asleep as I was going through all of them with her. So reach out to me if you have any questions about it. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for her while she's here? Go ahead. Microphone.
Great. How did you find out about the opportunity? Did they reach out to you?
The Illinois Principals Association, they had sent out a scholarship invitation, so something to apply for. And I think I saw it in my emails, whatever. But then Nancy Wagner emailed me saying, hey, you need to apply for this. So I did, and I really didn't think anything of it, but I did get a call back. So I feel very, very grateful for that.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What an honor.
Anybody else? Awesome. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Yes. Right.
I can certainly share more. I believe next I do want to introduce one of our amazing 8th grade ELA teachers, Mrs. Georgette Zaitis. We were talking before this, and I said, wow, I think you've been here longer than I have. So how about that? Where are you? There you are.
Mrs. Zaitis, you're up.
This is she's going to talk to you about an amazing program that she has headed for the past several years. And without further ado, Mrs. Georgette Zaitis.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here to present our 8th grade hero presentation. Just to give you a little background about Hero and the program in 8th grade, we actually started it back in 7th grade. A bunch of us were standing in the hallway, and Tom Harmon, who retired a few years ago, it was after 9/11, and he said, we have to do something about heroes. And so we started writing, and we came up with a program, but then we lost our speaker, and it just didn't fit, and we couldn't find anybody new, and then we all moved teams, and then after a few years in 8th grade, I said, we have to bring this back. It was too big, too important, so along with the 8th grade teachers, we brought it back. We rewrote it a little bit. It goes across subjects and all year round, which I think a lot of people think it's just Hero Day, Hero Night. We start off in ELA when we read the novel A Long Walk to Water and we start talking about heroism. And then our next step in ELA is talking about personal heroes. And I brought along 3 students who are going to help you get a vision of how this all starts off really with our personal heroes. So Kendall Crimpy is going to tell you about Hero Day and Hero Night, which is next week.
During Hero Day, we will be visited by Victor Passini, who will dance and sing with us. He will also talk with us about heroism, how to be true to ourselves, and persevere. We will then watch the movie Pay It Forward, based on a best-selling novel by Catherine Ryan Hyde. This movie is about an 11-year-old boy whose history teacher offers an extra credit assignment, which is to come up with an idea that will change the world. The middle school boy comes up with a utopian idea as a project for school and does just that. We've invited our families and heroes to Hero Night, where Victor will sing and dance again and tell our parents what we learned during the day. A handful of 8th graders will honor their heroes by reading their poems they wrote in ELA class.
So our first big focus in ELA class is talking to the students about personal heroes and heroes who are everyday heroes in their lives that they personally know. And they wrote free verse poetry about it. So, you want to go first? Okay. Sophia Ferrito is going to read hers.
My poem name is Banana Suit. 4 years apart that I wish for one. I wish I had good grades and impressive jobs. I wish I could be a captain on a swim team. I wish I could be as optimistic, brave, and extroverted. I wish I could experience the things that she does. I wish I could dress up in a banana costume and cheer on my friends. I cannot be a year apart. I cannot have as good grades and as good as a job as her. I might never be a swim team captain. I am never going to be as optimistic, brave, and extroverted. I can dress up in a banana costume and cheer on my friends in the future, but she will be gone. I will never have the same experiences as her, but I will carry the torch she gave me, high school and beyond.
And Sia Afantis also came to read her poem.
My poem is called My Number One Fan. My biggest supporter, so gentle yet so strong. The many ways you show your love always make me feel cared for. Remembering a certain period of time when I couldn't walk and felt lost. Didn't want to speak to anyone nor let a single hand help me when I needed it, really showed me how much I needed someone. And that someone was you. I felt as nobody understood the pain I was experiencing mentally and physically. I felt discouraged and totally alone. But I learned that you don't have to feel the pain of someone to be there for them. You brightened my mood and stuck with me through everything. You held my hand going in and held my hand coming out. I'm so beyond grateful that I have someone like you in my life. You're my cushion when I fall. You help in times of trouble. You support me whenever I feel alone. You're the kindest soul I've met. You have the biggest heart for everyone. You're my best friend and always will be. I couldn't have gone through any of this without you. I wouldn't be the person I am today if it weren't for you. From the bottom of my heart, I'm thanking you for everything. All the times you drove me around to sports for hours, all the soccer games you've been to, all the dance competitions, all the physical therapy appointments, all the times we've laughed, and all the times we've cried, and all the great memories we have had. I love you more than you know.
So after Hero Day and Hero Night, we continue the theme across grade level, or across subject areas. Math research is mathematicians, science research is scientists, and in social studies, they study American heroes. And then we end the year with my personal favorite, we call it the Hero in the Mirror, where the kids redo what they do, where they write a free verse poem, but this time it's about themselves, and they are the hero in the mirror. And we try to explain to them that as they leave trails, they're going to be their own heroes in their own lives and what they can accomplish. And thank you, girls, for coming. Do you have any questions?
Very powerful. Would anybody like to make any comment or question? And this is next,
The 26th.
26th.
I just want to say that your poems were beautiful, and I'm crying. And and I don't know if you were very brave to read them in front of everybody, and they were wonderful. Would they be able to come back and read their Hero in a meeting, in the Mirror poems, or maybe share them
If
with us
they'd like
later?
to, sure. That's, yeah, I mean, it's up to them. They're more than welcome
Sure.
to.
Okay, well, thank you for having us.
Thanks for coming. And next up is the Connections Mini Pitch Grant for Euclid School.
Thank you for having us. I'm Karen Daly, the principal at Euclid Elementary School, and I'm here to introduce Danny Martinez, who is going to speak with you tonight. He's really just here to share with you a very exciting opportunity, almost 2 years in the making. About a year and a half ago, Danny came to me, phone call maybe, it was in the middle of COVID, and wanted to pitch an idea for a mini pitch, which you can see a brief picture of right now, to the Euclid community. And this is obviously Euclid is a soccer-rich, soccer and high-interest community. And a year and a half to 2 years ago, it was difficult to start anything because we were all in survival mode. So Danny was persistent and collaborative and patient, and in partnership with District 26, the Bridge Church, and the Village of Mount Prospect, I'm excited to introduce Danny Martinez, a youth pastor from the Bridge Church, to share with you kind of a quicker version of what the mini pitch is as we prepare to present to the Village of Mount Prospect for a grant so that we can make this happen. So, Danny Martinez.
Thank you. It's been a while, and I don't think I've ever said the words, I'm excited to be in middle school, but I'm very excited to be here today. I moved to the States at the age of 6. Long ago, I didn't know much about the country, the language, the people. It was all a big change for me. I just knew I loved soccer. And I kept looking for places to play as I was growing up, and my parents would drive me anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes sometimes to the closest park that was available to try and play. And many times what we would find is that we would show up for this field to be locked, or for the goals to be chained up, or on certain occasions to be told to get off. The field wasn't for me to use, and as I hadn't reserved it, I couldn't be on it. As I wasn't from the neighborhood where the field was at, I couldn't be on the field. As I wasn't on the club where the field was for, I couldn't play. And I just remember many times going home and feeling frustrated, sad, and discouraged, because there wasn't always a place to play, a place that was for me. And I am often reminded of that little boy whenever I drive up over at Wheeling Road, when I look outside the window of my apartment, because I see the same kid outside playing soccer in tiny grass spaces, in the tiny alleys between buildings, in the parking lots, in the grass over at Euclid, using cones as goals, scoring a goal only to be congratulated, to then go and run and get the ball back to play. And there's a real passion for the sport, but there's not really a place to play. And that is where, if you see the first slide that we had up there, that's where this whole Connections Mini Pitch project was birthed out of, the desire to give this community a place to call their own, a place to play the sport, a place for communities to come together through the sport of soccer. And we've desired to see this happen, so much so that we've bought 2 goals for Euclid to use, and I love this picture. It was taken only 5 minutes after we had assembled them. And what I love about this is that there's people from all different upbringings, all different backgrounds, obviously different soccer interests. There's a guy with a jersey there, and there was a guy in basketball shoes that had a difficult time playing, but he still jumped in. And we love the prospect of what this can do for the community. These pictures obviously were taken the same day. And we want to make this happen, and so we have the timeline for our project here. Right now we're presenting it before you. As Karen mentioned, in a couple weeks we'll present it before the village, seeking the possibility of a grant that will really make this a true possibility to happen. We are hoping by this summer. That is what we have laid out and are really looking to accomplish. Why are we doing this? That's what this next slide covers. Our mission, as I mentioned, is to bring communities together through the sport of soccer. If we look at the specifics, we want to provide a space where people, entire families, communities, neighborhoods, soccer fans, of course, and cultures can all come together and enjoy this space and use it. Where do we want to build this? Well, we want to put this at Euclid Elementary School in the grass field. It's just east of a mixed income, ethnically diverse neighborhood. And how do I know? I live there. And it's been great seeing the kids there. They love soccer. They play it. I speak Spanish, so I'll often hear the moms telling their kids to stop playing by the window so that it doesn't get broken. And I've asked some kids what they would do if they had a place like this, and I love seeing their faces light up and with a smile tell me, I would play there every day. I would go every day. And I love thinking of the impact that this would do for this community. It would provide equal access to people of all ethnic backgrounds, all genders, socioeconomic statuses, and the list goes on and on and on. It would provide a safe place to play, a space specifically designated for this, for people to come together. We have pictures of where we are looking to put this. It's a 90 by 50 field. It's placed strategically just across the community that we are trying to bless and reach. And this area is already a community space. If you guys have driven by on a weekend, you'll see families walking over to the playground. A lot of people from the community will come and plant things in that garden that's right there. So it's already a community space, and this will simply add to that. As far as the logistics of the field, again, here's a more up-close picture of where we are looking to put this. As far as the field logistics on the next slide, it's 90 by 50, basketball sized mini pitch. We obviously, I know you can read, so I don't want to insult your intelligence in that regard, but there is a lot of good reasons for the structure itself, a level playing surface, designated space. It keeps the ball in play. You're not having to do a lot of chasing. You're improving as a player. Lots of different facets on that regard. There's different vendors that we have been talking to in the next few pictures. You'll see this one's an American-based company, beautiful product. I got to step in one of these. It's a lot of fun, and kids love using it. The next one is also a great product, also an American company, and they also provide these mini pitches. The last one is actually here in Chicago in the Fleet Fields. I don't know if any of you have driven by it. It's a great place. And right now these fields look boring because nobody's on them. But if you look at the next picture, man, I rejoice just thinking these might be our kids in a few months that are on this field playing, and that is why we are so passionate about making this project happen. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. There's a lot more information here than I think we have time for, but I'm excited to take any questions if there's any. Otherwise, my contact info is all the way at the bottom, and you are more than welcome to reach out if you have any questions. And again, I'm happy to take any right now. Yeah.
So, great idea. If the Village of Mount Prospect, is the grant expected to cover the entire thing, or?
Questions have to come from the board. Questions have to come from the board. It's not a public forum, sorry.
So you didn't know, you're okay.
Okay.
I'll just stay here with you and help
Perfect.
you. I'll help you.
Perfect.
Anybody have any questions up here?
I'll ask the question. Where's the funding coming from? Is it coming from the Village of Mount Prospect? And my follow-up question to that, which I was already going to ask, is how do you need our help? Can people, citizens of a district, write in to the village? Like, how can we help and support you to get this passed?
So regarding the funding, we are going to be presenting this in 2 weeks, and if all goes well, a good majority of the project will be covered by that grant. And then if it doesn't go as well as we might think, we are happy to continue the fundraising process that we started about a year and a half ago. Currently, there is about $35K pledged and raised already, and the rest.
Just from the families of the Bridge Church have raised that money for supporting the Euclid community.
Correct.
Yeah. And a lot of the conversations, I will add, related to the money that we've had with Lyndall and Dan Whistler are related to, we can't, like, the district can't pay for this, but this is something that we'll support by providing land, making sure that it's done well, making sure like our kids can use it during the school day within the PE department and at recess. But it's not something that we would necessarily upkeep. We could help shovel it in the winter if that is possible, but not necessarily something that we would promise. You saw a picture of the shovels as an example. Those might be something that's donated and left out there. I could tell you that our families will bring them over to clean it off if they want to play in the winter. So a lot of the conversations we've had up to this point have been related to this isn't something that the district has money for. So we are not asking the board for approval, like spend money on anything. We really are sharing this because we're so excited that someone might be able to do this for us with us, which is really cool.
Wow, now you've given me a whole different set of questions. If this isn't ours, who has the liability and the insurance coverage on it?
We've checked into our insurance, and it's kind of like our playground. We will have insurance on it, just like we do for a regular playground. And it won't increase our insurance by very much, maybe $100 or so.
But it's not ours. And if we
But
find that
it's on our land. I mean, we.
So
Sorry.
if you're not asking for approval, in a way you are, because it's our land. You're basically asking for approval to use our land. So
we
who
will bring it back if the village grants the money and we want to go forward with it. We'll bring it back to the board for approval. We wanted to let you know that this was in the works. So before you heard it with the trustees.
Mm-hmm.
So this today is just for information to let you know about it.
Well, when you bring it back, would you please bring more information about liability? If there's accidents there, who's paying the ambulance? I mean, seriously, to me, there's a whole new can of worms you've just opened here when you said it's not ours.
Well, I'm saying that we aren't. It's like Lyndall's comparison to the playground. It's similar to the playground.
I mean,
If
playground's on our land and anybody can come use our playground.
Yeah.
The fields are there,
So-
people come and use them right now.
If an injury were to happen during recess, during the school day, we are liable as a school district. And that is something that we are attentive to during the school day, hence all the supervision. So if it's used, if the playground, the fields, soccer, and this pitch, which technically because of the safety features, and that's all information we would share more in depth once we have even the capacity to know we're moving forward. So those are details that are very good questions, and Danny and I talk a lot about that before we even head into a conversation, because we're both learning all of those details. So I think if we get to that, if we have a good experience with the village, which is our hope, then working with Lyndall and Dan to make sure that we're answering questions about upkeep, about maintenance, about insurance, and all of that.
Will our students be able to use this pitch during regular school days? I mean, like when they go out for, it's time to go outside after lunch, you go out on the playground, are they allowed to go in there and play?
Yes.
Okay. I know I was looking at the pictures of where it's going to be. Is this across from the swing sets and everything?
No, it's right next to the garden.
Yeah, like right
Yeah,
across
it's
from the
between the
garden.
garden and the
Okay.
playground.
Okay. And then what meeting are you going to the village? Is it a board meeting?
November
or a
1st, it
zoning
was on
meeting?
the thing.
I couldn't catch it.
I didn't catch it
November
either.
1st.
Yes.
But is it a zoning meeting or a village meeting?
It's a village
Village
board
meeting.
meeting.
Okay.
And it's an application to a federal grant that they have, building community.
Okay.
Community Development Fund.
Community Development Fund, thank you.
Okay.
And we've been working directly with a village representative who's helped us write the grant and worked with us on all that information.
I think it's a great idea. I just want the school board to be protected
Mm-hmm. So
in
do
all
we.
ways. Thank you.
I think it's a great idea and fully support it. It's nice that now Euclid, just like the other parks we have, whether it's the middle school out here where the church league plays their softball games, and there's also another organization that does their, I think it's cricket that plays out there, and we have Indian Grove as all the soccer leagues. So now we have Euclid, another school where the community as itself can be using our facilities in a way that is important to all of us, which is health and exercise. So great job, Danny. Great job, Karen.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
So I do think this goes back to Becky's question. Like, so do you need additional support at the board meeting with the village?
I don't anticipate needing that. The village, so far from what I've heard, has been very supportive of it based on the conversations we've had. So, I mean, yeah, I don't anticipate us needing further.
If you know someone
Well,
and you
'cause I-
want to say, go for it.
I think my question was, do you want parents or us as individual?
I think you have a
People at the
board
board?
meeting that night.
We
Yeah, we
do,
do.
but I'm
Yeah.
happy to write an email as a.
I got some people I
As a
could
citizen of
send.
the, or other people.
I'll echo what Danny said, that so far we've been very supported by Antonia, who's been working with us with the grant writing itself and gone back and forth with questions the board has given her to give to us, to give back to them. But again, I don't think a little nudge would hurt,
Okay.
but I don't know that we're too concerned at this point. We don't really know, actually. We're super hopeful, though.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Brings us up to RTEA comments.
Good evening. On behalf of the RTA Executive Board and the entire membership, I'd like to thank the Board of Education and the administration for the wonderful ongoing working relationship that we have. I'd like to echo the sentiments that I brought up last meeting in pleading with the board to remember your role as fiduciaries to not only the constituents that you serve, but also the fact that you serve the students and you serve the staff members that you've hired. I also implore you to remember that each one of you are entrusted with 1/4 of a majority of this board. Okay, so never forget that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, visitors' comments. At this time, I'd like to recognize any members of the audience who approach the board with their comment or question by completing a visitor comment card. Please do note that the board and administration typically do not respond, and if you are wishing for a response, please provide your name and number or email for a member of the board or administration to get back to you. There is a second opportunity for visitors' comments later on in the meeting. Speakers are encouraged to limit their time for others to participate, a 5-minute time limit per speaker with 20-minute minimum length on one topic and overall 30-minute minimum for visitors' comments. After that time, the board can move all further comments to the second session or continue comments and establish an ending time. Would anyone like to make any comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to new business. Education service. Mrs. Seifert, you are up.
I do not have anywhere near as exciting of presentations as you've already seen tonight. But, I mean, who couldn't be more excited about school accountability, right? We haven't been able to have this conversation for a while. So thank you for giving myself and Dr. Cohen the opportunity to present to you tonight some updates on school accountability, the Illinois School Report Card, and our fall benchmark data that we're using to help chart our course for this school year. So we haven't been able to really have this conversation since 2019, as a lot of our data was not available to us over the COVID years. So I'm actually excited about being here tonight to present this to you, and I hope you're excited alongside me. So what is school accountability? School accountability is the process of evaluating schools for their performance data based on meeting performance measures that are identified by your state. And the state measures need to be in alignment with national expectations. Over the course of the last several years, school accountability measures have changed significantly. This is nothing new to education, and we will see these trends over time from No Child Left Behind to ESSA, and now this new accountability matrix. So what I would like to do this evening is just educate you on how our schools are being ranked and held accountable by our state, how this is going to be reported to the public, and then what does our leading data look like? What does our data from this year look like as we are preparing to teach our students? So those are the three main components of the presentation this evening. In this first part of the presentation, I hope to provide some clarity on a very cumbersome, confusing metric that we call school accountability. In this, we're going to look at the word designations, we're going to look at release information, and last, we're going to look at the school report card. So what is this pie up here? This is our school accountability pie. You're going to notice that this pie is broken into two different color-coded sections. The first section in blue are those academic indicators that we speak of most often and that we're most comfortable with when we're looking at school performance. These are the academic measures. This is proficiency. This is growth. This is our students making progress on their English language development. And you're going to notice that all of those pieces of the pie are strikingly different. The two largest pieces of the pie in the blue section, section 1 and 2, those are measures of student growth. This is something that as educators we have been asking for many, many years, since before I came into the profession. Don't just evaluate us on our students' proficiency at meeting standards, but also evaluate us on the growth that our students are making. Not all of our students are going to come into a school year proficient, nor are they going to leave a school year proficient, but all of our students can show growth for where they begin and where they end in a school year. Those are the two largest pieces of the pie there. Other measures of the blue section look at proficiency. Who are those students that are meeting or exceeding standards in literacy and in math, science proficiency, and last but not least, English language progress to proficiency. So our students that are English language learners, are they making that adequate growth in their language skills from year to year in the hopes that within 7 years of their education, they will be proficient, fluent English speakers? And that leaves us with the second part of the pie here, that last quarter of the pie. And those are the school quality and student success indicators. The one big area in there is absenteeism, and this is something that I am going to address in just a little bit, but we are measured on the percentage of time our students are sitting within the walls of our schools, and then also our climate survey. That's that 5 essentials survey that you see come out from year to year that our teachers take, that our students take, that really give us a measure of how are we doing in terms of creating positive climates for our schools. There are a couple measures that are going to be continually added into this pie over the course of the next several years. Those are noted on here as well. They are in the bottom section, number 9, 10, and 11, and I will catch you up to date on those as they become part of our proficiency rating. In addition to this, we also need to have an awareness of our student groups. We are not ranked only on how does the majority of our population perform on these state assessments and these measures. We are looked at as a whole group, but then we are also looked at in different student groups. So what does this mean for River Trails? You'll see here on this image, the areas that are highlighted in yellow are the student groups that we have within River Trails School District 26. So we have student groups in our Asian, children with disabilities, English language learners,
former English language learners, Hispanic, low income, and white student groups. This is not all of the student groups that the state recognizes, but these are the student groups present within our schools. You're going to notice that River Trails Middle School has 7 student groups that it represents, and Euclid and Indian Grove both have 4 student groups. You're probably also recognizing that Prairie Trails is not on this list. Because kindergarten
Hold on
is
one second.
not-
Can everybody make sure that your phone is on silent, please? Somebody's dinging.
Hope it's not mine. No, I'm just kidding. It's not mine. Prairie
Sorry to
Trails
interrupt.
is not on this list because kindergarten is not a compulsory grade. So because we do not have any other grades above kindergarten at Prairie Trails, it is not ranked in school accountability. You're going to notice my last asterisk on there notes that a student group is made up of any student group that has 20 or more students at a particular school within testing grades. So that's where you're going to look at some of those areas and go, well, I know Indian Grove has students with disabilities. They do, but they don't have enough students within their population in order to make up that area. So you're probably asking, well, what are the rankings? How do we measure? There are 4 different rankings in this state, and these are similar. You've seen these in the past. The names have not changed, but I just want to review them very briefly just to clarify what these different levels are. In the exemplary student group, the schools across the state are ranked on what they call a weighted score. So all of those measures in that pie are put on a list, and schools from the top performing school to the bottom performing school. They draw a line right underneath the top 10% of schools. Any school falling above that line is considered exemplary. The other line I want you to consider is that bottom 5% of schools. Again, that same ranking list, the line is drawn at the bottom 5%, and this indicates schools that are falling in that comprehensive support category. These are the schools most at risk, the students most at risk, according to the state calculation. So those are the 2 big groups to be aware of. If you don't fall in that exemplary group at the top 10%, but all of your student groups are performing above the bottom 5%, you fall in what we call commendable. So again, your all is not quite at that high level, but your student groups are equally represented and equitably achieving. If you have any of those other student groups that I previously mentioned falling below that bottom 5% line, then you would fall in targeted support. Make sense? Kind of, right? Okay, we'll keep going over it. For this year, I did note on there where the indicator score lines were drawn. That really won't mean too much for this presentation, but just so that you're aware of what those are. So how did we do? So this is a very tiny graph from where you're sitting. I know you have it in your board packet. If you look at the far left-hand side on this graph, you can see where our schools performed. We have the blue, the red, and the yellow bars. The green bar is an average bar that I created. The state does not rank us as a district. I just wanted the board to be able to see kind of where the average ranges that at the district fell. So you're going to notice that in that all category, all of our schools fell well above that bottom 5% line, and many of them very close to that top 10% line, which is something to be commended. We're very, very proud of our schools, our teachers, and our students. You're also going to notice all of the different student groups represented within the district. And you're going to notice that none of those student groups fell below that bottom purple line. So what does this mean for us? This means that according to our preliminary designations, now these aren't official yet, Jody should be getting an email possibly as we're sitting in here this evening, but sometime this week, we're looking to get our formal designations. At the current time, all of our schools in River Trail School District have been ranked commendable, and we're very proud of the work of the district. So how is this information going to be shared? The Illinois School Report Card has been around for several years, and this is the method that Illinois chooses to use in terms of sharing this information with the larger community. If you've purchased a home, if you've moved recently, you've probably jumped on the Illinois School Report Card to do some research on your schools, and this is an excellent site to do that. On October 27th, the Illinois School Report Card will go live with this new information for this school year. So I wanted to point out just a couple key pages for you to be aware of on the Illinois School Report Card if you're asked any questions from the community. This is a basic snapshot of the general school report card site.
you're going to notice on the left-hand side, there's a list of several different areas within the site that you can travel to look at the information on the district. All of this information is gathered from the state, or from the school district by the state over the course of the school year. The one that you're looking at here is the very first dashboard to open up when you log on to the report card site. It highlights the number of schools within our district, how we're doing in terms of growth, how we're doing in terms of our school rankings, our chronic absenteeism, and our retention of staff. It also has some important financial information present for the community. And the second page that, of course, I look at in my role at the district is that academic progress page. How are we doing in comparison to state averages? How are we doing in comparison to other similar districts of other similar sizes and demographic? And this is the page that you would dig into for that. What you're going to find here, and not all the state data is final. They were allowing some districts to still clean up their data up through this week. But for the most part, you're going to see that our proficiency scores are well above that of the state averages, which is something that we're used to in River Trails and something that we're very proud of, that we are able to outrank the state in terms of our proficiency in reading and in math. You're also going to notice that our growth percentile is very similar to the state average. When you're looking at a growth percentile, it's very important to know that the metric for typical growth is 50%. So when you see our scores in IAR at 49% growth for ELA and 51% growth for math, that is typical average growth for 1 year's time. So when you're thinking of a bell curve, we're falling right in the middle. And we want to see that. We don't want to see those scores deviate significantly below 50%. Our goal over the course of the next year is to move the needle on that growth and continue to accelerate the growth for our students within our district. Another thing that I wanted to mention, because I did receive a question on it, was absenteeism. You noticed on one of the previous slides that our absenteeism rates were rather high for last year, and that was definitely the fact. We went back to our COVID spreadsheets. We looked at all of the days that students were out, and while remote learning was available, students didn't always participate in remote learning opportunities. It was hard for families to be able to do that. In the beginning of the year, students were on quarantine for many times up to 20 days. We had some students on quarantine 5, 6, 7 times throughout the school year. So we are expecting to see huge gains in chronic absenteeism, but it's definitely something that our principals and our district office staff is looking at. A new section for the school report card this year is called the Equity Continuum Journey. This is a graphic for you looking at equity from the lens of student learning, learning conditions, and elevating educators. I would like to caution you on this site. This data is from 2018. So if you've been part of our district for the last several years, we've done a lot of work on elevating our work with equity, especially over the last 2 years. This is definitely lagging data, so you may take it in as a connoisseur of data, but just know that a lot of information and a lot of work has been done in the area of equity since this data was gathered. So just a final review of the report card timeline. Official designations should be coming out this week. They are still embargoed by the state until the end of the month. And then the official report card will be issued on October 27th. Very quick view of our lagging data. Any questions on school accountability before I move on to kind of where we are this fall?
I think my questions will follow.
Okay, excellent. So Carrie and I are going to divide and conquer in our fall assessment update. I am going to share the academic components that we've gathered and that we've analyzed, and then Carrie's going to come in and she's going to share more of those social and emotional pieces that we've gathered. This is our leading data. This is data that we highly value because this is data that we can work with right now in order to make a difference. So what is this graph? This graph is a summary graph of our NWEA MAP data for the last 4 years. You're going to notice there's a gap in 2020. Why is there a gap in 2020? 2020 was the year that we took the MAP assessment remotely from home. We took a different assessment, and we also saw huge shifts and skewed scores from the 2020 data. So we have eliminated that from the data set. What are we looking for when we're looking at this data? We want to see where our current students are performing in comparison to their pre-COVID peers. So when you look at the second grade student group there, you can see that we are still not quite performing at the same level of baseline in second grade as we were performing prior to COVID. So we know that we have some work to do on foundational skills and some basic reading instruction in all of our elementary grades in order to continue to raise that bar of readiness. But you're going to notice as our students get closer and closer to middle school, those bars are starting to level out. And this is what we have seen over the course of time. Our biggest impact is still being felt at that third and fourth grade level. Our third graders on this data set were our kindergarten babies when we were sent home for COVID. We continue to work with them. We continue to maintain small class size. We continue to support with additional teaching assistance and intervention services in order to bring those scores up. So that's just important data for us to know as we're looking at staffing, as we're looking at planning for future years, that we do have a few target grades there that we're really still working to close that gap. The outlook in math is still very similar. You'll see again at the middle school rather level scores. We're still catching up a little bit at that 4th, 5th, and 6th grade level in the area of math, but we are getting closer and closer to that target of where we once were that we hope to soon achieve, or exceed, excuse me. Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question. You said you excluded the data from the COVID year.
From fall 2020.
Okay. How does the state handle that data?
This is district collected data,
Okay.
so the state does not collect this data. And the state didn't collect data in 2020. That was the year where a lot of the testing was eliminated.
Okay.
So that is really a big gap year.
Okay.
You would have seen spikes in our data that year, which we know was not necessarily represented, but kids were doing things from home. It was just a much different testing environment.
Okay. So, and to some degree then our data on what occurred that year is going to be from the test scores prior and then post.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So this is through NWEA MAP, which is 2nd through 8th grade, but how are our little ones doing? This is based on our AIMSweb data. So AIMSweb is the assessment tool that we choose to use for our kindergarten and 1st grade students. I know this is really small from far away. The top bar is 2019. Then we jump to 2021 and 2022. And the celebrations here they look strikingly similar. So we can see that kindergartners on the left, we're really working with a group of kindergartners that are coming in with skills that are very comparable to that of what we saw pre-pandemic, and that our students are closing those gaps, or those gaps are not present for our kindergarten students, which is great. You'll notice our 1st graders are still a little bit further below where we would want them to be. Several of these 1st graders did not attend preschool as they typically would have, so some of those foundational literacy skills we're still working on building. You'll see huge shifts in this data in the winter. As we've intervened and as we've provided instruction, you're gonna see those areas of red essentially vanish. And this is our math data for our our kindergartners and our 1st graders. Again, very similar what we're seeing now. In some areas, we are now outperforming where we were pre-pandemic, which is wonderful news to us. So what are our takeaways? We are thrilled to see that our kindergarten scores are approaching to being above where they were pre-pandemic. Our 3rd and 4th graders seem to be the slowest to kind of return to those pre-pandemic levels. And our middle school students are showing the smallest change in kind of that overall deficit or difference from where they were before. In math, again, our primary scores are comparable to pre-pandemic levels, and our upper and middle elementary scores, we're still seeing a bit of an impact, and we're going to need to work to fill some of those. So that is my fall baseline data presentation. Any questions that I can answer before Carrie comes up and shares?
Yeah, I do have a question for going back to the math portion for 1st graders. Like everything up until that 2022 year makes sense to me. Why are we seeing an increase in the high risk piece if these students are back in school? Is this just because now we are better informed on what they do or don't know, or was this just an actual increase in the high risk?
Kindergarten is tricky to know from year to year what students we're going to get, how they're going to perform on these assessments. We still had families last year that were fearful of sending their kids to preschool programs. Many parents were home, so things looked a little bit different. We never really know, but what we watch more closely than the amount of red is how are we able to close that red moving into the winter. And you will see with kindergarten that you will see huge, huge shifts. Also, if you remember, we added a position of an interventionist at Prairie Trails this year, a full-time position that we didn't have last year. So as you look at some of that first grade data and you still see some of that red or some of those students that are at risk, you ask the question, if we would have been able to more formally intervene when they were in kindergarten, how would they have done? So we're monitoring that data this year to see if the addition of that staff member makes a difference.
Okay.
Does that answer your question,
It does,
Janine?
because like
Okay.
I don't necessarily, I mean, obviously we all want our students to perform at their best, so it's not that we won't have high-risk students. It was more just that general increase where we're losing some of the ground that we've made in 2021, which
Right.
seems odd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To see it in 2022 now when they have been in class full-time
Sure.
and we have,
Yeah, and know with first grade data, the assessment changes. So this is the first grade literacy data. And you're, by the end, as I mentioned, by kindergarten, by the end of the year, we've almost eliminated that red.
Right.
We shift the test measure in first grade to oral reading fluency, which means a kiddo can sit down and they can read connected text. That's a big difference from naming a letter, naming a sound, and being able to chunk a word. So if students can't fluently read yet at the beginning of first grade, they're going to score very poorly on this first fall assessment. Then as soon as they're able to put all of that together, you're going to see that shift dramatically.
okay.
Not overly concerning.
Okay, and then I have a question for the, sorry, I thought we were gonna dive, I don't know why I thought this would be more connected here. But for the state report card, are they doing comparisons across like the years that they didn't take? I mean, how are they running their comparison for the data that just was optional, so a lot of schools
Yeah.
didn't participate?
They're going back to the most accurate year that they have on record. So it depends on the assessment. So for Access, they may be going back to 2020, but for IAR, they may be going back to 2021 because we did take it in 2021, just at different times of the school year. There's a ton of webinars on the state website for every single indicator because they are all completely different than they ever were before.
Okay, and do they have the background then, like when, let's say for just layman's terms, like if I were to go, which I will, go into the, the report card and look through things and kind of pick around, do they have an explanation of how they're using that data so that people aren't?
Yeah, they do. But for instance, the ELP to P, the English Language Progress to Proficiency formula, I think you need like an actuary degree to truly understand. It is so complex because it factors in so many different components. But it is available for people if they want to see how they're
Okay, I was
how
just
they're
curious that they're designating how they're utilizing that data because it's tough to skip a whole year and then make an honest comparison. Okay.
Right, and that's where it is going to be challenging for us to predict where we'll fall next year, not knowing really where the clean line was drawn this year with some
Right.
of the data. But we'll do the best we can.
Okay, well, thank you.
Sure. Other questions?
Anybody else?
All right, Carrie's going to come up and wrap up the other half of this presentation. Thanks for your time.
A little shorter. I'm here to talk about Panorama, which was our second year administering the social emotional survey for the district, both for the staff and the students. So this gives a good picture of the different assessments given to the different subgroups. As you can see here, 93% of the students were able to take the assessment, and 71% of staff participated in the assessment. We did learn from this that we provided some dedicated time to our staff, most of our staff, to be able to complete the assessment. There were some subgroups that we did not provide that time to, that we will for the spring assessment, including maintenance, custodians, food service. So we're aware of that now, and we will take care of that in the spring. little bit of a juggle, sorry. So the first group that we're going to talk about is the primary group, kindergarten, first and second grade across the district. The scores that you see here are reported by staff. So students in these grade levels are not taking the assessment themselves. It's all staff reported. And what you can see here is the different categories for each of the scores. Emotional regulation asks how well students are able to control their emotion. 27% reported almost always, and 44% reported frequently. Social awareness asks how well students consider the perspectives of others and are able to empathize with them. Classroom effort focuses on how much effort students invest in behaviors that correspond to successful learning. Engagement asks how attentive and invested students are in their class. And self-management asks how students are able to manage their emotions, thoughts, and behaviors in different situations. It asks about their students' abilities to remain focused in class and their ability to consider others' perspectives and empathize. So those are areas that we're working on with our young learners and will continue to improve.
Hey, Carrie, is there any concern about that last number being so low?
For the student, the self-management?
Yeah.
Well, so what we see is that this is a baseline, and in the spring with our very young learners, these are the skills that they're working on. Sure. These scores are for 3rd through 5th grade for this slide and the next one. Moving forward, for 3rd through 5th grade and for middle school, students are reporting on themselves, so staff are not reporting on them for these. Supportive relationships is a tremendous strength in the district, something to celebrate. This really asks students how they feel as far as their supportive relationships they have with friends, family, and adults at school. It asks students if they feel they have an adult at school and outside of school that they can count on, so that's a huge celebration across the district. Positive feelings asks how frequently students report feeling positive emotions. 63% of students reported feeling loved, 80% report feeling happy within the past week, 90% reported feeling excited over the past week. Challenging feelings are how frequently students feel challenging emotions. Across the board, students report all their scores were between 61 and 65% for that one. Emotion regulation, again, with a little bit of the older students, asks if they can get themselves out of a bad mood. If they're upset, how often they can relax. Their ability to stay calm when things go wrong. 41% of students reported they can stay calm when they're surrounded by people who feel angry. 56% of students reported they can control their emotions when they need to. Second half of the survey for 3rd through 5th graders focuses on teacher-student relationships, their sense of belonging, and the school climate. For teacher-student relationships, 63% of students reported if they came into class upset, their teachers would be concerned. 79% of students would be excited to have their teacher again, and 89% of students report their teachers respectful towards them. For sense of belonging, another strength for the district, 77% of students report adults in their schools support them. 64% feel respected by other students. 79% of students feel they belong in their school. School climate measures how positive or negative students feel the school environment is, how fair or unfair they perceive school rules. 83% of students stated that their teachers seem excited to be teaching classes. Now we're getting into middle school. Social awareness measured how well students consider perspectives of others and are able to empathize. 82% reported over the last month that they cared about the feelings of others. 76% listened to others' point of views. 68% reported they were able to respectfully disagree with others. Learning strategies asked students how well they use strategies to manage their learning. 64% stated that they do use learning strategies to help them learn. 55% reported that they're able to use a different strategy if they get stuck. Growth mindset asks students whether they have the potential to change certain factors impacting their performance in school. 70% were able to reported that they feel it's possible to change putting forth effort and change their behavior in class. 37% felt they could change the amount they like a subject being studied. 48% reported they can change how easily they give up. So this is a skill we're going to continue to work on in middle school. The last part of the middle school survey looks at teacher and student relationships. At River Trails, students report strong relationships with their teachers. 92% of students feel respected by their teachers. 57% reported if they walked into class upset, they know that their teacher would be concerned. And 58% would be excited to have their teachers again, and this was pretty early in the fall. Valuing of school, students are invested in doing well in their learning. 94% report doing well in classes is very important to them. 41% are interested in what they're learning in classes. An area we're going to continue to work on is that 26% of students right now, or at the time that the assessment was done, feel that they will use ideas from school in their daily life, so that application piece. 72% report school will be useful in their future. Engagement is one other area that we're continuing to look at. 33% of students are excited about going to their classes. 42% feel eager to participate in class, and 48% responded that they're interested in this in their classes in middle school. This portion of the assessment was reported by staff about their own feelings for the district. Well-being is the perceptions of the staff's well-being in relation to their work. 98% reported their work matters to them, and that within the last month they felt excited at work. 94% feel engaged at work, 82% feel happy, and 65% feel stressed. These scores are remarkably more positive than last year at this time, which we can understand for multiple factors. Belonging asks staff if they feel like valued members of the school community. 80% feel respected at school, 77% feel a state of belonging in their school, 56% feel connected to other adults in their building.
Hey, can I ask a question? Go back a slide.
Oh.
So that sense of belonging, do we ask them about whether they're being respected by parents?
I can see if we can add that question.
I think it'd be a good question, because that's probably where a lot of the stress comes in.
Okay, I can see. These are some of our takeaways. For staff, we know that this work matters and is meaningful. They feel a strong sense of well-being across the district, and the top 3 emotions they report are excited, engaged, and some worried and frustrated. For students, we know that kids have someone they can count on. We have strong teacher-student relationships. Students feel a strong sense of belonging. We're going to keep working on their emotion regulation, engagement, and growth mindset. This slide takes both the head ready and heart ready and talks about next steps. For head ready, we're going to continue to focus on foundational skills in ELA and math, evaluate systems of intervention related to academic skills, data review and analysis of academic measures, collaboration focused on curriculum alignment and differentiated practice, and develop common standards-aligned assessments. For the social-emotional piece, we'll continue to focus on community building and fostering social-emotional skills, evaluating systems of intervention related to social-emotional skills, data review and analysis of this type of panorama results, collaboration focused on emotion regulation, growth mindset, and student engagement, and reinforcing the use of social-emotional skills standards throughout the day.
Any questions?
Just a follow-up, thank you, this was great. A follow-up to Frank's question. I think you had a percentage that it said 87% are worried or frustrated. So it's like great data to have, but why? And how do we, if 87% of staff are worried and frustrated, or like 87% of employees were worried or frustrated, we would want to know why. And I assume that this was just a checkbox and not like an open form.
Right.
So is there any kind of follow-up survey we could do to
I
get
think that-
short-term solutions?
We're meeting in teams, in administrative teams by building, and so these are some of the takeaways that we have that we're going to be talking to staff about, both staff and students. What are the next steps? How do we ensure that everyone's feeling good and belonging, and how do we work on some of these scores? So we will be following up.
Louis, go ahead.
I think it's probably more for Christy, since you were here last year and you weren't, Carrie. So I remember the panorama survey from last fall, I think. And then maybe I wasn't at the board meeting this spring, but was there a spring panorama survey to show the comparison? And I totally missed that. Okay. What I do remember from the fall, I think, last year, you had the staff surveys broken out by school. And I think that Euclid was substantially higher with their overall like feeling of belonging and happiness and everything than is either Indian Grove or Prairie Trails or both. Was this survey given, and you have that information dissected down at that school range too, and just this was the summary level?
Yes,
and then
we did.
were they more equitable between the schools, or was there still that distinction between happier staff at Euclid versus Prairie Trails or
For the
whatever?
purposes of tonight, we really looked as a district. We went into more depth, or the team went into more depth last year because it was the first year. We really wanted to go at the building level and make sure you had all the added information. Because it's the second year this year, we really were looking for tonight, looking at a district view. Next step will be going building by building. And so I can bring that back to you next time if you are interested in hearing kind of the differences between buildings.
Yeah, or I could just come see you if you know do a whole other presentation on it. That's fine as well.
Sure.
Thanks.
Please.
As a parent of a middle schooler, when the question is asked, how was your day, I don't get much of an answer back. Some of this data would be really interesting as parents to see, from the beginning of to the end of the school year. And I know you don't have a complete data set, but is there, or are there plans to share this with parents?
Yeah, we should we'll definitely talk about that and figure that out.
It could be something too through PTC or through different engagement meetings at the buildings that we can encourage the principals to make that available. For sure.
Yeah,
That's a
thank
great
you.
Suggestion. Thanks, Robert.
Anybody else? Janine.
Yeah, I have a question. The thing that probably stood out the most to me was when you just said about the 26% feel like what they're learning in school is going to be applicable to what they're doing outside of school. Please remind me that I said that when we get to like the spring assessment. But here's why, because I'm just curious how the block schedule is also playing into things. Just trying to see about equity and electives and things like that. I'm just curious if they're going to feel differently once they possibly get into their course that they're super interested in, or to see kind of how that plays out, because that's always a concerning thing. And I feel like it's not just at the middle school level, it's at the high school level, and then we see college students coming out and saying, I learned a lot of really great stuff, but it's the part about applying it. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. And then can you remind me again, because I know you ran this last year, so do the students get to take it whenever they want? Is this just a link where they get to take it whenever, or do we have a dedicated time for them in school?
They had a dedicated time.
Okay, and what time during, if you don't mind me asking?
I think it was in the morning.
Is it like EL?
Is it all different?
Oh, okay, so it's not for like a specific course. It's not like when they're going in their ELA. Okay.
We did our shared advisory periods. We did over 2 days.
Oh,
which is
okay.
right around lunchtime.
Okay, that would make sense. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Janine, one thing I did want to mention, we have, through our equity work, we have the Student Advisory Council that's going to be beginning at the middle school to get some more student voice. So there was been conversation, and nothing's finalized yet, about bringing some of this data to the kids to say, give us feedback on this, right? We're only hearing 26% of you saying, we're excited about what we're learning. Give us feedback. What can we do? What would that look like? So we are trying to elicit more student voice. to help inform us of why some of the data looks the way it does.
But this doesn't allow for you to have open dialogue, does it? This doesn't have like, I mean, that would be more of literally an advisory board piece. Right, yeah, no, exactly what you just said. Okay, because we never have the option, we can only adjust the questions. We can't, we pick and choose from a standard log of questions. Okay, okay, great, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, nice job. Business Services, Lyndall, you have the floor.
Okay, the first topic is breakfast at Indian Grove. The state requires a school breakfast program when there are at least 40% of the students are eligible for free and reduced lunch. At Indian Grove, we only have 15% of the students that are eligible. Our participation at Indian Grove has been low since we introduced breakfast there, which was probably 15 years ago. And for the month of September in 2019, we were serving 10 breakfasts daily. When we were sending them home, we were sending home more than that. But as of this year, from August through September, we served 9 breakfasts in total. So I'm coming to the board to see if you want to continue this program, because we do have our food service person that is at Indian Grove is retiring in December, so we're looking at replacing someone. She's currently working 6.5 hours. If we do not do breakfast, we could reduce that time to 3.5 hours and save about $14,000 per year. So it's really, I'm asking the board, we are recommending, because it's such low service there, that we don't continue it. But if you feel strongly one way, in a different way, then I'd like to know that.
Well, I have a question. What happens to those 9 students who are having breakfast?
They would have to eat at home. We will provide extra food in the nurse's office for any students that happen to be hungry when they come to school.
Go ahead, Frank.
Did you say, I think you said 9 in total. Is it 9 students in total or 9?
No, it was 9 meals in total, so I don't know how many. It could be just one student,
It
yes.
could be one student, so,
Yes.
so to me, it sounds like the program is of no value. And, well, it is. I mean, if you have 9 meals served over, how many days? 60 days, 60, 70 days so far?
Yeah, well, it was 1 month, so like 30 days.
Okay.
25
Still,
to 30 days, yes.
I don't see it being of value. 14,000 is a good savings.
As long as we're doing something, because that could mean a lot to one person.
Yes, we would provide extra food. And now we have some crackers and things in the nurse's office. We would provide extra food so that it could be a proper breakfast if someone needed it.
Anybody else? Donna, please.
And how would the students know that they could, hi, can I go to the nurse's office and get breakfast? How would a child know in first grade that they could ask that?
It would probably be up to the teachers to make sure that that they knew that, or recognize that, you know, a student, or maybe the social worker, the psychologist would recognize that a student was coming into school hungry.
To that point, do we need some more process around capturing this and handling of kids that might slip through the cracks here before? When does this end? This person's leaving this end of this year?
Yes, but I'm bringing, this would come back probably on the consent agenda in November, because we want to, and I'm kind of looking at a feel for this, because we want to get the job posted and start looking for a person. We can figure out a process. I can talk to Mr. Timmons at Indian Grove. Ms. Cohen can help us out with that too.
Okay, just for clarification.
And we can also look at who is actually taking breakfast now. That would probably be the first thing to do, is look at that person and make sure that that person is getting fed.
Okay, and is this person leaving at the end of the calendar year or the end of the school year?
End of the calendar year.
Okay. So, yeah, I'd like to get a little bit more on how we're going to make sure kids don't fall through the cracks here. That's my...
Correct, that's my concern.
Yeah, so if we can show you how we'll make sure that the kids don't fall through the cracks, are you in favor of this proposal?
Yes.
Because we will probably go ahead and post the position, just to make sure, because it could take a little bit to get somebody in.
There's a lot of interest in 2021. So there obviously is people who need breakfast, but I wonder what changed even between 2019 and 2022. And the only thing I can think of is Kids Club moved. So we're Kids Club folks standing near the cafeteria, and then they had breakfast. Now kids just go out to the playground, so maybe they are supposed to have breakfast, but they're skipping it.
That's a good point. We could maybe look into it. Last year, kids did not have breakfast at school. We packed up bags and they took them home. And anybody could take home a bag that wanted to.
And the year before, it was average 10 breakfasts
Yeah,
a day. Which
and it was like it is now. We will take a look at what's happening with Kids Squad, if they would come back to the school. Currently, they're over at Weiss Center, yeah.
Go ahead.
I also just want to point out that you may have already identified 9 who are taking breakfast. But I, from experience, know of people in my neighborhood who have fallen on bad times in the middle of the year, way beyond after you identified the 9. So it's quite possible that while you may have 9 right now in the 31 days, maybe in December you'll have somebody that you didn't even know about, or February. And that's where I want to make sure that whatever child that is or family that is does not fall through the cracks.
Yes,
So,
I agree. And we can also, and it might be possible to just change the service. I'll talk to Kelly some more, where we'll just have some bags of breakfast available, and if a child needs to pick one up, they can. Rather than, really serving it in the cafeteria, they'll just be...
kind of like a grab and go like
Yeah,
they do in high school.
Yeah.
Because there are days that kids come in, they don't need the breakfast. There are other days that they do, and they can just grab
It'll
and
maybe
go.
just be on a shelf.
Yes,
As they come in the door, and they can just grab
That
it.
sounds good.
Or they could take it to class for morning meeting or something.
Yeah, yes.
Anybody else?
So just for clarity, I think we're going to say we're not going to post a position because we're just going to revamp the structure of the breakfast in general, right?
Correct.
So you do not have to post.
No, we need to post the position because we have somebody retiring.
And then you just don't hire them?
This is just a reduction in hours for that
It's a
position?
it's a reduction in hours when we post the position for the person that is retiring from what that person is doing. So the person that's retiring is working 6.5 hours, so we think we'll only need 3.5 hours.
Got
They
it.
still
If
need
we
to be
don't do
replaced,
full
just at a
breakfast.
For a
different.
different
Right,
role.
she comes in
Correct.
early to do breakfast.
Okay, before we vote on it next week, or next month, whether a part of the consent agenda or not, I'd like to hear a little bit.
Yes, we'll get you more
Okay.
information, yes.
Okay.
Will this make it easier or harder to find a replacement?
Not sure.
Okay. All right. Louis, you have anything else? Your mic's
No.
on, that's why I was asking.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, I just did some math for you, Donna, if you'd appreciate. So there could have been 2,325 meals served based on the number of days and meals and people that qualified. And so we served 9 out of the 2,300. So I think that's where the idea is coming from.
Okay. Next up, you're still there.
Okay. Next up, we have Elizabeth Hennessy, who is going to talk to us about our financing options.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
You bet. So just going to review interest rates, where you are financially with regard to your outstanding debt, and some various options that we've been talking about over the years. So market update is not great news. I don't know why this didn't come through on the PowerPoint, but what this is interest rates going back to 2019. They were coming down, and then we hit the pandemic, which is at, am I pointing somewhere? I don't know. Sorry, which was this sharp increase here. And then really low interest rates, historically low in here. Then in January, this is January, rates started to go up as we got these super high inflation numbers. And they've kind of bounced around as the Fed has increased interest rates now 3 times at 75 basis points each. Predicted to do so again on November 2nd, and then again probably December 14th. So it's not stopping. I'm sorry nothing came through on this graph, but the kind of the good news is this high, you can't see it, it's only 4%. So, you know, tax exempt rates at 4% are very high versus where we've been at 1% and 2%, but not that crazy. And just to identify, the yellow is a 30-year municipal bond. The blue line is the 10-year treasury. The red is the 10-year municipal bond, and the purple's the 1 year. So you can see most of the damage is in the short-term rates, very high versus where they've been historically. Okay, so sorry that didn't come through, but you get the idea. Okay, so here are the district's outstanding bonds. I apologize, it's small. Hopefully you have this on your screen so you can see. The district has 5 bonds outstanding. The 2021 most recently was $5,420,000. Working cash bonds that were used for the capital projects. 2019, $7,465,000, which was for refunding, and $6 million of new money. Going back to 21, that was refunding for savings plus $984,000, just under $1 million of new money. You might remember we were able to refund, lower interest rates, get some principal out of it. 2017A is a taxable qualified zone academy bond, and the 2017 was the same, except in a larger amount, $2,235,000. And then in 2016, $4 million of debt certificates. And the first 2 bonds, the 21 and 19, are paid from the district's debt service extension base. The other bonds, the 2017s and the 16, are paid from operating funds. Based on the district's 2020 EAV, the debt limit per the statute is $26 million, okay? Hopefully we'll get the 2021 EAV soon, and as you probably all got your reassessments for 22, we expect a large increase in the EAV for 22, which will likewise impact this debt limit. Same with working cash fund bonds. You've got a net working cash fund debt limit, according to the statutory formula, of $8.2 million. So here's the debt service paid from the debt service levy. As you kind of probably remember me talking about over the years, a district has this debt service extension base that's part of the tax cap. Goes back to the year 1994 when tax caps came to Cook County. Whatever the district had on their bond and interest tax levy became your debt service extension base. In 2009, they added a CPI factor to that. So if you look at the 3rd or 4th column from the left, you can see the debt service extension base for 2022 is going to have a 5% CPI growth factor, and that's $1,303,406. Next year, we're pretty sure we're going to have another 5. After that, it's just an assumption, 3%, 3%, and 2% going forward. Those are just guesses, really.
It's capped at 5%?
It is. Just like your levy is capped at a max CPI of 5%. So then, in the middle of the page, we have the non-referendum debt service. That's principal and interest payments on that 2019 and 2021 bond. Then we have this, it's the same column, total debt service, and then L&C, that's loss and collection, because the county clerk adds a 5% loss and collection factor to debt service, just so that we collect enough money to make the principal and interest payments on the bonds, should there be, you know, not 100% collection rate. And then here's your bond and interest tax rate, which is 22 cents approximately. And you see in the year 2025, the payment on the bonds goes from $1.3 million down to $1 million. Tax rate drops 5 cents down to 17 cents. And if you look at the far column in the green, it shows you have debt capacity here of 448,000, and it grows with our CPI assumptions. So whenever we've issued bonds with the district, we've made sure that you have flexibility to issue more of those bonds in the future so you can keep up with your capital program, all within the limit of the debt service extension base. So, the idea of the debt service extension base is that you're going to keep the payments pretty stable to the community. We're not going to have any dips. And then when we have a dip in 25, again, some of the labels aren't on that, but you'll have the ability to issue more bonds. So in our kind of long-term capital plan, we've looked at 25 as the next year to issue some of these non-referendum bonds. Here's the operating side of the debt service. The three issues are the 2017 QZABs and the 2016 debt certificates. The payments come out of the O&M fund, and they're level at about $515,000, $520,000, and the final payment is in 2031. So as we look at financing options, the first set we're going to look at is something called alternate bonds. Alternate bonds do not count against the debt limit, so you have more flexibility for your future debt. Alternate bond levies are abated annually, and the debt service is repaid from the operating funds, kind of like those debt certificates. So you have to make sure you're carefully budgeting what you can afford in those operating funds before you issue these. So the following options review issuing 20 million of alternate bonds, 10 million in spring of 24, and 10 million in spring of 25. I might add that these, of course, do not require referendum, but they do require a petition period and a public hearing. So if you recall, the petition period is where you publish a notice in the paper, starts a 30-day period, and if 7.5% of the electorate would submit a petition, it would be required to go to referendum. And a public hearing is required as well. So, looking at the affordability, talking to Linda about the budget, what we determined was kind of to look at stepping in these bonds, the Series 24 level debt service, payments of about $870,000 a year, $865,000, paid over 20 years. Okay, so both of these issues in 24 and 25 are long-term budgetary commitments. The rates are super conservative. We've added 1.5% to today's rates just because we're really trying to be conservative. Hopefully, the rates won't be in the 5s, but right now the rates are in the 4s, so it's not that far off. So if you look at the total debt service, you can see you go kind of from your level of, the existing debt service up to 1.3 million, up to 2,256,000. And it stays at that level until the old existing debt service drops off in 2032. So that would be either an opportunity to retrench your budget or issue more of these type of bonds for capital needs at that time. Okay. So, and just to talk a little bit about this type of option, it may seem like kind of a leap going from, 565,000 or whatever up to this new 2 million a year, 2.2 million out of your operating funds. You really have to carefully look at that. The district has some new revenue sources, the recapture levy and certain things that could help you pay for this. But we see more and more districts issuing bonds in this manner to address their capital projects because it avoids going directly to referendum. You're not increasing the tax rate. other than what the tax cap allows. North Shore 112 did a bunch of buildings this way. Palatine 15 is part of their referendum effort. They're going to do about 40 million of their bonds in this way. So it's not unusual, it's more common, especially as time goes on. I think, districts want to avoid tax increases if possible. So those are kind of some options to think about with regard to alternate bonds and non-referendum. Here's the DSEB option. So we talked about in January of 25, you have a room in your DSEB to issue more bonds. So here we're issuing bonds, we're repaying them over about 12 years to get 4.3 million. Again, this is a 5.5% interest rate with a 1.5% cushion in the interest rate, issued in 25. In this case, we're paying off the bonds really over 10 levy years, so we'll have additional room for new bonds in 2035. Okay, so. Is that 5.5%, is that an assumption? It is. So it's using current interest rates and adding 1.5%. Again, just to be conservative. Yeah.
So can we use the proceeds from a typical debt ceiling limited bond sale to service the debt on an alternate bond?
Yes, you can. So the way you would do that, let's say you go for the alternate bonds and then you're feeling pinched on your operating side. You could issue what's called a funding bond, and that would refund some of the operating fund debt service onto the debt service extension base.
Okay. Impact to credit rating?
Not necessarily, but it does, instead of issuing this 4.3 million as we're showing here for new money, now you might be issuing it to refund debt you issued previously. So the disadvantage is that's not available for new projects, right?
And we've done that in the past.
We've done alternate bonds?
No, we've done.
Funding bonds.
Yes, we've refunded the bonds and reissued them. Oh, sorry. We
Right.
have done this in the past to where we, none of you have been on the board when it's happened, but when we've needed money, we gather up a couple of the old bonds and we put them together and we refund them. And we get
Yes.
new ones.
And we did that, you're absolutely right, we have done that. And one of the reasons we did that here was because your working cash formula was tight. So we did a combination debt certificates and funding bonds. And the debt certificates, though, were only outstanding for like 90 days. So we kind of did it as a purposeful issue of bonds paid from the debt service extension base, as opposed to a relief valve from debt you may have issued paid from the operating funds. Okay. Here's a graphic. Again, sorry about the labels on the screen.
I uploaded it into Google, and I think I didn't realize that the labels came off. So it was on Liz's presentation.
It's funny, this is the second meeting tonight I've had where Google did that to my graphs.
I'll watch for it next time.
I don't know how you get around that with the Google. But here's the, this shows, of course, if we do this 10-year bond in 25, we're not going to have bonding authority again until 2035. So, but that only gets you 4.3 million. If we make a window or make a opportunity to issue more bonds, say in 2030, we could do that, but then maybe instead of 4.3 million, you'd only get 3.8 million or something, so.
Just to get this into my head, right, you're talking kind of, we've got this track where we've been planning on a certain amount of money from the debt limited bonds, right? Okay, and that's basically what we're planning to use to pay for Euclid and Indian Grove.
There are two places that we pay for bonds. The one is from our debt service, which is limited to about 1.2 million payments. And that was the first two bonds that Liz talked about, the 2019 and the 2021. And that is what you're looking at here.
The green bars.
The green bars. But we are, for Euclid and Indian Grove, we're talking about issuing alternate bonds where we actually make the payments out of our operations and maintenance or our educational fund. We transfer it to the debt service to make the payments. And that's what we have been doing. That we have some debt certificates out right now. When we do that, we're spending about $500,000 a month, a year on
Okay,
those.
so you were already planning on doing these alternate bonds.
That was the original plan, was to do the alternate bonds, yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so then the 4.3 million would be for future debt, and then Lyndall asked me to do one more option, just, this looks way into the future, way. If you were to then come back after issuing the 4.3 million and issue a 20-year bond in the year 2035, you would have, 21 million of proceeds. Again, this is a super high interest rate. We put a 2% cushion in here because we are talking way out. But this is just to give you an idea how much you could leverage. And you would be leveraged because you would not have any room for 20 years after that. 20 years is our max we can go out. So just, to give you an idea of what is your maximum, what your maximum issuance could possibly be. So, any questions?
I had asked, we own these facilities outright. Is that a leverageable asset against debt in any other manner?
No, because unlike a homeowner or a commercial property, you can't mortgage the school buildings because no entity could ever take title to them under Illinois law. You can, on the other hand, leverage your ability to pay, which all these options are kind of doing, especially the alternate bonds, because it's all, the 20 million is all dependent on your ability to pay from your current revenue streams.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Liz.
Sure.
Patty, if you just want to continue on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, she doesn't have anything more.
Okay.
You can turn that off.
Turn it off.
Yeah. Okay, so I have taken this information that Liz has provided and other information that has become relevant lately and put it into a new five-year forecast to see, kind of how it affects us and whether or not we can afford these capital projects. So that is what I'm going to present now. Property taxes, we are able to levy 5% this year, plus any new money for new property. It looks like CPI and for our 2023 levy will also be close to 5%. So this forecast has 2 years at 5% and then goes back to the 2%, which has been our average as long as we've been doing this PTEL. We have interest rates a little bit higher. Another area where we got some extra money last year, we had $1 million in our personal property replacement tax, and it's forecasted to be that this year too. So I've actually budgeted I've decreased it a bit, but I budgeted more than I have in the past. When it comes to property tax collections, now we will be rebated or rebated the amount that we typically refund for PTABs. So this year, that's an $800,000. That's included in here too. It's included in the way that the amount we collect. And then I have taken the capital projects for Euclid and Indian Grove, and I have looked at the fund balances and the money that we're putting in there, and the bonds we're selling to make sure that we could cover the costs for those. Next. Okay, so based on that, and including those payments that you saw for the alternate bonds that were about $2.2 million, and transferring balances into capital projects, one thing I want to point out, we have had over the last 4 years some very positive fund balances and surpluses, particularly over the 2 COVID years, because we weren't able to keep all of the staff and we weren't using everything that we needed to. So we are really at highest as we've ever been in terms of fund balances, even though we did already transfer quite a bit into capital projects. So this is just shows every year, but we still, at the end of the 5 years, are over 50%, which I don't think I've ever shown in a forecast before, including doing these projects. If you want to go on to the next one, the graph, you can kind of see that in the graph. The graph starts in 2018. It goes up to 2022, where we now have $25 million of operating fund balances. And so even with using the money that that we're planning for the capital projects, we still have reasonable fund balances. We've received, we refunded some working cash bonds. We've been getting some grants. That $800,000, when I heard about the $800,000, that's when I went to Liz and say, hey, maybe we can fund these projects, because before that we didn't think we could. This is just shows the capital projects. You can't really see it up there, but it's in your packet. So one other thing that we are looking at, for this kind of project, we could do something that's called performance contracting, where we use our energy savings to pay off the financing, and it's a guaranteed amount. I will be investigating that. I have looked at those kinds of things in the past. When we issue the bonds and we do mechanical projects that save energy, that's what's in that money that goes then to pay for the bonds anyway. So it's not all that different, but it's working with an energy company to do it. So we're considering that. The other thing is Train had an event last week where they explained some of the new federal grants under the Inflation Reduction Act. There's the potential of up to $5 per square foot of money from the federal grants. There's also 30% incentives for solar and geothermal, so we will be tracking those carefully and making sure we're applying for any grant that we can get. So that's the financing end. Before I move on to start with the facilities part, are there any questions about the financing end and the forecast? Okay, so the next slide, just to remind you, all of the infrastructure in our buildings is at or beyond its useful life. All of the HVAC, the heating, the roofs, pretty much all of it is at that point. So that's what we're looking at replacing. We have a teacher here that wants to tell you a little bit about, she used to work at Euclid and now she works at Prairie Trails.
Hi, I'm Trisha Parker and I previously worked at Euclid School and I'm working here at Prairie Trails. The air has been great here. If I'm cold in the classroom, I can bump up the heat. If it's too hot, I can always lower it. I have However, at Euclid, I always had to have an extra sweater, so I was freezing, but the temperature is just right here. But the change of seasons, waiting that week in between the air changing, I noticed allergy problems or sore throats, but I have nothing here. I feel very good. It's just one less thing to worry about. And then connecting the air to teaching, the air is very quiet, and I am able to teach my lessons without interruptions. Hi, I'm Trisha Parker, and I previously worked at Euclid School, and I'm working here at Fairy Trails.
Okay, one other thing that we are investigating, you did hear a little bit about tonight about not seeing how the middle school students don't quite see how the education's going to help them out in the world, or there's not a connection there. We have talked to Train, and this is not dependent upon us doing this project because we also already have a strong partnership with Train. But they offer a course 3rd through 8th grade at no cost that is a course on data analytics. They are very concerned that they're not getting the type of skills that they need in the workplace or filling the jobs. So they are able to do this. We've just started talking to them. I don't know if we're going to do it. Christy was also in on the conversation, but there is a little video in here, and I would just play for a couple seconds, and then we can move on. A little bit about some students in Kansas City that are using the program.
To many, a school building is simply a structure. But what if it was more than that? What if you could transform the building itself into a teaching tool to help students learn about energy efficiency and resilience, discover new career paths, and be better prepared for the future? A building can be a living, learning lab with energy and data coursing through it and air flowing in the rooms. A place where students can see the impact, analyze, and understand why the efficiency of a building matters to our planet. By turning your building into a living, learning lab, students can use the energy and efficiency data from the school building to debate solutions and solve problems by asking, what if? Learning from their building, campus, the community around them, and more, so that they have the knowledge, actionable skills, and motivation to make a difference while preparing for the future ahead. There are boundless opportunities when your investment in infrastructure becomes an investment in the education that empowers students. Learn more about creating a virtual living, learning lab at your campus. Contact Train.
Okay, so that brings us to talking about the infrastructure projects at Indian Grove and Euclid again. As part of our strategic plan, we do have that the emotional and physical well-being of the school community, also for students and staff to be stewards to their environment. We have a focus on wellness and wellness strategies because you heard tonight from Dr. Cohen that was important. And we also, part of the plan is to have a safe, healthy learning environment. So when we looked at the mechanical system options, we actually studied 6 different options, and we analyzed them in terms of the cost, student and staff health, energy efficiency, and we do believe that student and staff health is extremely important because improved ventilation and MERV 13 filtration, which we can get in some of these more advanced mechanical options, can improve student performance and also help to mitigate viruses like we have recently had. They also provide better acoustics, which is important for learning, but it's also important for equity because if you're sitting right here next to this ventilator, it's going to make a lot of noise. If you're sitting over there, it's not going to make as much noise. You might be able to hear the teacher better. We have a study that shows that it's actually 4 times as loud at Euclid as it is at Prairie Trails. So we are still recommending that we go with the VRF DOS system, even though it is an upfront more expensive. Overall, it's an investment in our students and staff's health, and the extra cost will in the long run be offset because and probably more than offset because of energy savings. Also, univentilators take a lot of maintenance, a lot of parts, a lot of labor, and the univentilators their lifespan is about 15 years, whereas the VRF DOS system is about 25 years. So there's a system replacement cost in there too. Yes. No. No, I'm sorry. We're in the facilities, the memo. Yeah, okay. Yes, we are in the memo for the facilities update right now.
That's just a memo, that's not a presentation?
Yeah, that's just a memo. Oh, it's just a memo. It's just a memo. You could put the memo up there if you want to, Patty. The memo, yeah. The memo has a lot of information. So I am talking through, I'm not actually on that page yet. I will be soon. I'm talking through this first page, just highlighting a few things from it. So we talked about the acoustics, we talked about the energy efficiency and the lifetime costs. There's also more flexibility in the classroom because normally that ventilator is right over there by the windows. So and the cabinets, when we remove that, then we can put the students closer to there, and daylighting has also been shown to have a very positive effect on learning. So we have that advantage. So now, Patty, you can go to that chart. So Austin Fiegel from Train, Austin, is here, and he's going to give you a little more information about the different mechanical systems and what schools are doing. Train sells all of the options that we looked at, all 6 options. So they don't have a vested interest in any one of them, but he's going to tell you a little bit more. So Austin, go ahead. Yeah, if you go up there to the mic there.
All right, these are awesome. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the invitation, Lyndall. So my name is Austin Fiegel. I'm a representative of Train Chicago, so I'm local. Train is a large company, but we have offices all over, and Train Chicago serves Wisconsin all the way down through Peoria, back up around up to the Indiana border. So like Lyndall mentioned, we make all of these different types of systems. Lyndall's listed a lot of the advantages, but felt that I might be able to help with a perspective of a company who makes these as to why I would agree with her assessment. So there's a lot of details and advantages: efficiency, filtration, noise, acoustics. All of those are extremely important. But one thing that I want to point out is from a perspective of what do all these schools do. When you look broad scale at Chicagoland, beyond one individual firm or one school district or one engineer or one architect, what does the market do is something that someone like myself, who helps to design and work with these systems, can offer that perspective. And for existing school buildings that are getting retrofitted, VRF is by far the most popular choice. There are advantages for installation costs that help you keep costs in line with other options, but give you these benefits of efficiency, filtration, those things that help the students more, while allowing you to have a cost that is relative compared to others. So I have sent a list, I can provide it to you as well, projects that Just Train has done with different school districts, listing the just different groups that we've worked with from an end user perspective, and I'm happy to talk through that.
We did include it in the board packet.
Okay,
as
perfect.
an extra item.
Perfect. So this type of system helps the kids feel comfortable and more productive, and it offers those soft benefits that can help drive test scores, student experience, and those other items that aren't directly related to blowing cold or hot air out of the wall, which, right, that's why you have, it's not your role to think about what else air can do for you. That's my job. So what I'm here to help with and answer questions about. So I'm happy to field any questions about different system types, advantages or disadvantages of either one. What Lyndall mentioned about the bottom line, because that is of course extremely important as we sit through a financial discussion as well. That's extremely important to think about. VRF has less maintenance on average than a traditional system. And so that will help over time to reduce your cost and streamline efficiencies of Dan and all of his team.
What makes this choice, the one you highlighted, better than the other 5?
Yeah, happy to detail that. It is in the middle of cost, right? I'm not here to tell you that expensive is always best or that cheap is always attractive. You have to look at the type of project. So in this case, we're retrofitting an existing building. So I don't want to go through and gut every single wall and install a bunch of new pipes if I can avoid it, but I have to be conscious of what else can I give to the students at the same time. Meaning, can I get those acoustical benefits at the same time as getting efficiency? And so VRF is in the middle of the road at providing the most with the cost that doesn't get extreme.
Okay, follow-up question. Is the VRF system the type of system that is being used for buildings that are of the same age or condition that our 2 buildings currently stand in?
Absolutely. So VRF as a technology is around 40 years old. So it was slightly after air conditioning was invented, but it's been around a long time. Came over from primarily Asia to the United States about 20 years ago and has since exploded in popularity. The initial projects that we saw were retrofit focused, and a lot of them had historical significance. So they say, okay, I'd really like to air condition this building, but I really don't want to rip out the walls and put ductwork everywhere because the building's important. And so VRF became extremely advantageous in those situations. Now, VRF is used for really a huge span of projects. New hotels, tall buildings, wide buildings. It is used in very versatile. For schools, it is extremely popular. The retrofit is advantageous for VRF because you don't need to demolish the entire school and add in piping and add large equipment. You can service the building with flexible piping that can be wrapped around and provide a high student experience with that. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Austin.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, so continuing, going through the memo, when we address the mechanical system, it's really the most time and cost-efficient time to address the rest of the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is all aging, so our roofs are at the end of their life cycle, so replacing them. Because all of that piping goes up above the ceiling, that is the time then to replace our wiring, our lighting, our galvanized piping, to add in the sprinklers, and then because we're working on everything else, doing the ADA compatibility, so we're improving equity for our students at the same time. And then also, just doing the outside life safety items on the masonry.
Can you remind me again what that is? The masonry, the life safety and masonry.
Yeah, Ron, or Troy, you want to talk about it?
So included in the work that we have planned for the next couple of years is part of the facility assessment work that we did a facility assessment of your buildings last year and looked at some of the different items that were required to bring them kind of back up to inline status with what we'd expect. And so that included tuck pointing, some repairs and things like that to the outside of buildings, replacing cracked units, masonry units, those types of repairs.
Okay.
I don't understand the life safety aspect of it, but sure.
The life safety aspect is a state requirement. We have to do a life safety study every 10 years. We did one, the last one in 2017, and there's some items remaining on that to address.
Okay,
Right,
I guess
so
let me rephrase. I don't know how tuck pointing qualifies as life safety.
There are two different line items included in the facility assessment. So the facility assessment included all these different maintenance items, and it rolled in the open health, life, safety items as well.
And Robert, masonry is usually folded into the health, life, safety package simply because it's building envelope, and the water and the leakage that comes in can damage the structure. So that's the thread between health, life, safety.
So the life and safety of the building, not, right?
Say that again?
It's for the life and safety of the buildings?
Of the facility itself.
Facilities,
I mean, correct. Building
Extend the
occupants.
life of the buildings, right? I mean, if your masonry is cracked, that could degrade the lifetime of the facility.
No, not
But
necessarily.
Life and safety goes back to the students and the
Student,
staff.
it's all about
So
student
it's
wellness
people.
and safety.
That's the gap I'm struggling with.
Yeah, for example, if water comes in through an open masonry joint, it may cause corrosion to the steel lintels, and bricks could spall and fall off and hit people down below. So there's a direct correlation between safety and the masonry infrastructure.
Okay, so the next part of the information I provided is on the costs. We've gone over those. I'm not going to go over them again, but I do want to point out some of the grants that we've already received that will go for these, as well as the ones that we're investigating. We have over $1 million in grants that we've already received or would expect that we could get. And then there's that new federal Inflation Reduction Act. So the grants we already have are the ESSER grant, the school maintenance grant. We already have $50,000. I believe it would be pretty much given that we could get the next $50,000 on a project like this. For Prairie Trails, we got $60,000 in ComEd rebates, so we think we could probably get that again. I talked about the $5 per square foot from the Inflation Reduction Act. There's 30% incentives if we do eventually decide to go with solar or geothermal. A COP security grant had $125,000 on lockdown hardware, which if we need to make the doors ADA compatible, it doesn't make sense to put the lockdown hardware on the doors and then replace the doors at a later time. So all of that is, and we'll continue to investigate all of the grants part. So moving on, I tried to hear all of the different things that came up at the last board meeting, and I've put together, I think it's 6 different options based on that with the pros and cons of each option. The first option is to defer all infrastructure upgrades into the future, which would save us a lot of money right now, but could cost us a lot more money down the road. You know, we first have the high maintenance costs. If the mechanicals start to break down, we could close schools. If we wait to do projects, the prices will escalate. I mean, I've seen schools, they replace schools in a lot of places because they don't keep them up and they basically fall apart and they're not worth keeping up. And it's also a poor educational environment for our students and staff that we could do something about. Option 2 was to reevaluate the mechanical options. Again, I mean, our engineers our architects have done a good study on that already. If we want to go with a different option, then we would have to get the engineers and architects to redo the drawings, and that could be an extra cost of about $500,000. Plus, it will also delay the project's possible increases to inflation. And as far as doing a univentilation system, once we would do it, it would be committing our schools to it for the next 15 to 30, probably 20 to 30 years, because we've maintained these. I mean, I don't know, maybe it was close to 10 years ago, we actually took out the guts of the unit ventilators and put new parts in them. So we stretched their lifespan from 15 years to about 25 years. And as far as Dan's concerned, if that's the way we want to go, it's better just to keep adding new parts to them as we need to, rather than tearing it out and replacing it with something that is an old technology and not as good for our students for the future. So that was option B. Option C, I heard, go ahead and go to referendum for all 3 schools and get them all done at once. Hey, we could do that. I don't know what will happen if it would pass. I mean, we would get them all done. But it would also, delay starting on one of the projects, one of the schools. There was also a question of what we could do for $30 million. We came up with some ideas. We would probably be able to go ahead and do the roofs. We could do the furniture, which is in this plan. The life safety envelope items that you just heard about. Probably remodel the LRCs. But we wouldn't be able to do the full mechanical change, so we would have, it actually should be about $7 million on deferred maintenance costs, because that would be, again, replacing all the parts on everything, and probably a boiler here and there too.
And just so I'm clear again, that when you tear apart the mechanicals, that's when you open up the ceiling and you have to do the sprinklers.
Yeah, yes.
And then opportunistically at that point, also do the electric.
Yes.
Okay, so you have to do the sprinklers.
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
And the sprinklers make our schools safer for our students, because if we should have a fire, then the sprinklers will come on and keep our students safe. So the final recommendation is basically what you heard at the last board meeting, other than we did look at a way to try to fund the middle school. So the recommendation is to, Patty, you want to put the last slide up there from my slides? The slides. I think there's one more. This one, okay. Okay, so we would go ahead and we'd renovate Euclid and Indian Grove, starting with the roofs this summer, the rest of Indian Grove, and the roofs at Euclid this summer, the rest of Euclid summer 2024, the roofs at Indian Grove that summer, and the rest of Indian Grove summer of 2025. We would look at 2035 for the middle school with that bond that Liz Hennessy talked about, $20-some million. We would also go ahead and do the furniture here at the middle school so that the school looked more modern. We'd save the parts from the mechanical systems at the elementary schools so we could maintain the mechanical systems here. There would be some maintenance expense for that, but it would allow us to look at using bonds for that infrastructure project. So it does. It doesn't mean all our students and staff preschool through 5th grade would be able to enjoy the benefits of the renovated schools within the next few years. We will be saving money on our energy costs, so there's, some of that will go to pay back the bonds. It's a better educational environment. We talked about ventilation, temperature, acoustics, daylighting, which will improve the health and wellness for our younger students. By delaying the middle school somewhat, they just introduced the block schedule. It gives us some time to plan what a future middle school will look like and make sure that our facility matches that instructional plan. And it supports the board's strategic plan that I showed at the beginning of the presentation. Dan likes to talk about if you have 3 used cars that are at the end of their life, would you wait to replace them till you could replace all of them, or would you go ahead and replace one at a time so that you at least had one really well-functioning car that you could use? Or in our case, 1 really good functioning school, then 2 really good functioning schools, and eventually 3. So I have a host of people here to answer any questions you might have. You've already heard from Ron Richardson, Troy Kerr. Dan Whistler is glad to talk to you. Who else? Austin Fiegel, you heard from. Jeff Oak is here on the mechanical system. Financing, Elizabeth Hennessy is still here also, so questions?
So this is slightly different than what we talked about in that delaying the middle school.
Yes.
So
instead of a referendum, we're looking at another way to finance it.
tell me the timeline for, things happen. 3 years ago, I think we thought we couldn't afford any of these upgrades without possible referendum. Things change in finance, how things are funded. When would you come back and say, would it be evaluated each year? Like, maybe we can afford middle school
Yes.
sooner? Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Robert.
What's the, so there's been an expressed sense of urgency to address these repairs.
Yes.
Okay. And now, which I appreciate, there seems to be a plan now to extend the middle school for a pretty significant amount of time. What's the comfort level of how realistic that is, how difficult it will be, how feasible it is, et cetera, et cetera?
Dan, would you like to talk to that one?
I do think that's kind of a Dan question. Because you'll be doing it.
So obviously, that's a really good question. So there's a lot of school systems out there and buildings that go way beyond 60 years, 70, 80, 90 years. So different things will come up along the way. We get several calls a day throughout the district with Univent issues, and we address them. As Linda indicated, about 7, 8 years ago, all the guts of the Univent electronically were modified. They have CO2 sensing and other thing, or CO sensing. So we've done some work over time. We can continue to make some small improvements. The biggest concern, I've talked with Linda about it, is we really don't know how well our chiller will continue to perform. It's at 22 years now, approximately. So can we do a rebuild on that chiller? I'm looking for pricing for Train on that. We may do a rebuild to extend that out another 10 or 15 years, large component. We've gone through our boilers in the last 12 months and made some improvements, done some water filtering. So we can continue to maintain, I'll do my best to maintain all of them if that's where we end up. But I'm saying that I don't think we're in a dire position where, buildings are collapsing in the next 5 to 7 years. If I've given that impression, I apologize. But I think we can keep things going. It's just that there will be inconvenience. And I think the biggest factor is the occupants in this building won't be able to share the wonderful environment that the other schools will have by not being able to afford to do all of them at one time, but eventually they will. When you walk into a space at Prairie Trails, you walk in the room, and you watch students and the teacher, and they don't even know where they are. They're not even aware of the air conditions or sounds or anything. They're just doing what they need to do. Teachers are teaching, the kids are learning. It's not loud, it's comfortable, it's consistent. I look forward to the day that all of our schools will be like that, but I think that, we can keep this one going if we need to keep it going. Well, when I say we, I'll keep it going for quite a while. But yeah, we can do it. It can happen. But there will be some things along the way. We will be coming back to the board and saying, hey, it might cost us $10,000 or $15,000 to do some reworking or to improve the chiller performance because it'll be older every year, right? So at some point, we'll probably do a rebuild. I think Train recommends a 10-year rebuild on all their chillers. We're year 22. We haven't done one. So I think that in the near future, we'd want to look to that deep inside that chiller and say, hey, what can you guys do for us that can keep us going another 10 or 15 years? And kind of apply that same philosophy across the board, across the whole building.
Okay, and then in this model, have you built in some budgetary items or have flex in the overall budget to cover a reasonable amount of that kind of maintenance?
Yes, a reasonable amount.
Okay. All right, well, my biggest thing was just not painting ourselves into a corner where we had to do a referendum.
Agreed.
I also believe that, and I'm not the expert at this, they did a presentation about student happiness, teacher happiness, and these are all things that if you tell them you're going to be happier because of that, that's not what I'm looking for, but I'm saying just being in an environment that's healthier, quieter, has better filtration, everyone within the system will feel better. So I really think it'd be a great choice if we go forward. Yeah.
Louis, I got you next.
Okay, sorry about that. I do want to correct Dan. You've never been in the Prairie Trails cafeteria during lunch, so it is loud. But I do want to point out that, so my middle daughter was in 5th grade at Indian Grove, and I can tell you, I can't even count the number of times probably on all our hands that I heard from her teacher about the conditions in her classroom, about it being just ungodly hot in the summer months, even in the fall months, and being severely cold in the winter months. And that was really the only time I've heard it from any of my kids. But I think it goes to the fact that there are classrooms in our 2 elementary schools that make it difficult for students and teachers because of the conditions. And that was 7 years ago, and I don't believe that classroom has probably gotten any better. Hopefully not any worse, but I do know what you're talking about, Dan, when you talk about the teachers and students at Prairie Trails and compared to what they face at the other schools, there is a difference.
Yeah, a lot of that has to do with the moisture level. So we're not really able to bring out the space very well with the Univent. So ultimately, between scheduling units to be efficient, timing, not running 24/7, all this equipment all the time, they're not a great fit. So, and one of the wonderful things, I challenged much of the teachers at Prairie Trails when we had our meeting day one, when they were moving into the school, to say, hey, you always have people that say I need it 68 and other people that need it to be 74. And I said, give the building a chance and feel the difference in moisture and your comfort level. And ultimately, most people are enjoying right around 71, 72, 73, depending on the season right now. And they don't even, in most cases, they're not worried about it. Yeah. So.
Louis, go ahead.
Okay, I think I just need to talk out loud and make sure I fully understand the plethora of information. So if I'm making a decision, making it based on what I think I know is correct. For starters, wouldn't we all want our schools like Prairie Trails with the VRF and everything? So if we could afford it, I think that'd be a no-brainer for sure. So totally sold on what the ideal situation would be. I just want to go through what I think I understand in terms of the funding sources for all the projects and what may or may not have changed from last board meeting and the prior board meetings leading up to it. The Indian Grove and Euclid projects combined, which seem like there's some different numbers based on which slide you're looking at, but about $35 million to do both. Agreed or disagreed?
Yes, at the current estimates, yes.
Okay. And so to get to that 35, it would be, we have a current capital fund balance of $1.5 million, you could call it 2. And then over the next 5 years, from 2023 to 28, there would be a transfer of 16 million from the operating fund budget to the capital project. So bring us up to, call it 18 million, starting. So then to bridge the gap from that 18 million that we have in existing cash and surplus over the next 5 years being transferred, you're bridging that gap of the 35 million with 20 million more or less of the alternate bonds that Liz was talking about at the beginning. Is that true? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And also the debt certificates not the debt certificates, the 2025 debt issue for $4 million.
That plus the 20 million of
Yes.
alternate?
Yes.
Okay, it's like $25 million of bonds, and then that ties us up for the next 20 years there. So that just covers the Euclid and Indian Grove projects. So then there's no more money in cash or other bonds to even do river trails. Now, at what point, except for in 2035 now, and this is the difference from before, where you said we would want to go to referendum in 25, but 10 years later, we'd have to issue some other bonds that caps us out and restricts us from any borrowing access for the next 20 years.
Yes.
So the recommendation is issue 20 million of alternate bonds plus 4.5 million of the DSEB bonds, plus use all the cash we have to just do these 2 schools to make them like Prairie Trails. And then if we don't go to referendum, or if we did and it failed, we would tie up any borrowing ability to 2055 in order to do river trails. Is that the financial recommendation?
That is the financial recommendation if you don't want to go to referendum.
So if we did go to referendum and it failed, then
We could still follow this plan. And things could change between now and 2035 as well.
So between now and 2055, the next
35, yeah.
35 years, we're borrowing everything that we can at max capacity and have zero cash.
We're borrowing everything we can out of our debt service fund, which we have always borrowed everything we can out of our debt service fund.
But I think we had some flexibility, though, because we had some fund balances. If we were in a pinch or had to do anything
Well,
else, we weren't like
and according to the forecast,
completely
yeah,
wiped.
we still have fund balances. Yeah, we're still looking at
There's some
50%,
level, but-
for 50% fund balances.
Seems like we're trying to get 3 new Teslas, and we can maybe afford a couple Priuses. Maybe. If we're talking about Dan's car analogy. I don't know. All right, so that's my understanding of it then. So thank you for clarifying it. I appreciate it. I think that's beyond the financial reasonability of what I would support.
To play devil's advocate here a little bit, because I'm on the same page with you in a lot of ways. This will basically give us, with that plan, you'll have 4 new schools over a whole life cycle of the schools. So you do tie up your ability to do additional capital projects, but there shouldn't be much.
But then 20 years, we're going to have this problem again, right? What's the life expectancy of all these brand-new equipment that we're putting, the VCFs? If everything else today is 15, 20 years life expectancy, we're talking about we're strapped for the next 30. So are we then again, 30 years from now, back here, having the same conversation?
It's 25 years, but we're not replacing all the copper pipes. We're not, the roofs hopefully will last maybe 30 years. We're not replacing everything that we're talking about now. We might have to replace a DOAS on the rooftop or a cartridge in the classroom.
Yeah, so I'm
Austin,
thinking
or Jeff, you want to talk to that? But it's
The roofs don't last more than 30 years. Right? Won't we have to replace the roofs in 30 years from now?
Yes, we will in 30 years from now. In 25
Yeah, but
years
I'm
and
just
30
saying,
years,
so
yeah.
we're doing these projects to fund them, but we're going to have all these same maintenance projects come up again in 30 years.
Yeah, but then we'll have more bond capacity. And, you know, we do have, from a capital perspective, I mean, you are tying up your ability to do like solar panels or anything out of cash or capital. You'd have to rely on grants or other funding sources, which is a good possibility, but we're positioned well for it. It wouldn't give us, you know, I mean, capital things if we wanted to do an extension or an annex or do, I don't know, electric car chargers or, you know, ports for flying cars, who knows? So it would bind us up a little bit. However, some of those really nice kind of things are more appropriate for a referendum, and they are more visible. So all this stuff is kind of packaging the maintenance, if you will, or the long-term longevity of the buildings into a serviceable plan. Now, counter to that, because I can talk out of both sides of my mouth, we did ask the administration to go back and look at an overall plan. And I will say that the biggest thing I'm disappointed, first of all, thank you for putting all this information. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to see, like, what could we pull back on overall, okay? And what we got, I'm sorry, was a reiteration of our mechanical options, where there was basically about $1.6 million in savings over that $30+ million, which we all said wasn't, basically what we got that I'm a little frustrated with tonight is we got offered about 5% of savings off of the original price tag. So I was kind of looking for, and I get that a lot of this stuff comes together, and maybe I just need to wrap my mind around that, or I need some people to talk me off a little bit of a cliff here, but I did want some other options overall in this whole package to say, if we just trim the budget by 10 or 20%, what could we still get done? And we kind of got one option on the mechanicals, which we all agreed already was not the best option. So, and maybe it's that, hey, we got a room full of experts telling us this is the right thing to do. We figured out the value line. You know, we know we're going to hit it here. Maybe that's what's going on.
What about what we can get for $30 million? Why is that not something we want to consider more? Which option was that? Plan D. For $30 million includes costs for all 3 schools, all new roofs, new furniture, life safety, LRC remodel, and you are going to defer some mechanical systems. And then it covers the costs of architecture, engineering, all that stuff.
That option does not address our mechanical systems. So it would mean Dan and his crew would be replacing parts in the univentilators
Yeah, understand.
and fixing the boilers and rebuilding the chillers on all 3 buildings, which would be a heavy cost.
Not ideal, but more affordable.
Can I ask a question? So we're reaching the lifetime value of our mechanical parts. When would you suggest it seems like we've just kicked a lot of these projects, Band-Aids down the path, and now the bell is tolling and they have to be replaced. And while we're there, I think a lot of parents would be surprised that our schools don't have sprinklers. I think a lot of parents and staff would be surprised that some of our schools still have asbestos in them. These are things that we're tasked with doing. And if you replace it now, or if you replace it in 10 years, you're still gonna have to go in debt to it. It's just gonna be more expensive then. So I think these are really important to do, and it's a painful vote, but we do have a plan, and the vote, to my understanding tonight, is to start the process.
Correct.
And as I followed along with Prairie Trails, a lot of things changed from the start of the construction of that to the end. So there's going to be other votes along the way. This isn't committing us to go to referendum. It isn't committing us in 2035 to do river trails if you can't do it or we can't get the referendum passed. It's a strategic plan, and then the first step of that is the architecture to start Indian Grove and Euclid.
Correct. Yes, tonight you are only, well, you're approving continuing with this option because the architects will need to know how they're designing it, but it is only approving the architect fees. The architect fees for Euclid and Indian Grove for the design development, which is a certain stage of the documents. And then for Euclid, because we'd be continuing with that, it's the architect fees for the construction documents, which would get it to being able to construct. You will then see bids. I think we're probably delayed a little bit, probably January, for the roofs and the electrical and the mechanical equipment. And then in whatever it is, it's August of 2023, we would bring back the rest of the Euclid construction project and the Indian Grove roofs. So you're not committing any more than the $881,000 until we actually get the bids, when you do have to approve the bids, when they actually come in with what the prices are going to be.
Yeah,
To
but
me, I don't want to wait till it's too late. And I think this is a plan to put us toward the goal, which is to maintain our schools and maintain the learning environments that are safe and healthy. And Prairie Trails, I mean, it is a world of difference walking in a classroom. I don't know if everybody's visited each one, but I also think it's a good steward of taxpayer dollars or whatever. We're tasked with keeping and maintaining our schools. And if we can do that, if we can basically redo Prairie Trails, Indian Grove, and Euclid, we're in a much different position for, if referendum is there, to show what we've done. And we have a great communications department. We can look to the main high schools. They pass referendum for the same thing, new maintenance for their schools. Like, we have some learnings, and it's different than asking for something like, I don't know, a football stadium or turf, or, you know, it is the core of this building is 40 years old, or the parts are 40 years old. We all have to, when you break in your house, you don't want to replace it, but you have to. So that's where I'm at.
I'd like to go back to Robert's comment, and there's nothing in the work order that can be trimmed. I do find, I agree with Robert, I find that hard to believe.
Give me a carrot. I need, like, I don't know, or tell me that it's not, you've done it. I mean, but that's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, I think we will continue to look at it and look for areas where we can. Ron or Troy?
Well, it's actually, the response is actually fairly basic. You know, we do have furniture, fixture, and equipment in there too. Reuse existing furniture. You know, there are some things in there aesthetically that we can, but to us, that's just as important on the curriculum instruction side, maybe not the facility side, to deliver education. So we can continue to have this discussion throughout, and then you can make those value propositions. We're just asking for this to go to, you know, to design and bid, and then you would be able to review and look at those numbers later.
But I will say, I mean, you know, with Prairie Trails, you guys have been great stewards of those projects. They were completed, you know, exceeding expectations, you know, under budget. The result is fantastic.
And we did we renovated a building rather than building a new building. So we also were very sustainable, and and the classrooms aren't as big as we had first, you know, envisioned, but they're great, and it's working well.
I mean, the thing that I'd like to remind everybody, if we do go down any road that involves a referendum, obviously, as Louis knows, because he was on it, I was on it at one time myself, you know, at one point, we have to turn the idea of a referendum over to the public and a referendum committee, and you know, I don't know who would man that effort. And that, I will continue to vote no for anything that involves a referendum, because I don't feel we've got the manpower willing to take on that task for us. And if anyone wants to vote yes for a referendum, then I'd like that addressed by them before we take on that vote.
I don't, part of the reason I wanted this whole exercise to be done is that the plan that was presented was an assumption that in 2025 we were going to referendum. And I just wanted to know, I want to know, were we painting ourselves into that corner? And right now, with the plan that the administration's presented, I feel like there's an option. And Becky, to your point, these schools might get done, and our community might look at us and go, well, why the heck does the middle school still look the way it does? And maybe that climate changes and we say, hey, because right now Prairie Trails is great, okay, but there's 2 grade levels there. There's only a small part of our population that's seen it. So once we get to Indian Grove and Euclid, maybe the story changes. But at least now, with this plan as presented, we're not forced into that position. And we still have the option, because
The kids that are in Euclid and Indian Grove will come to this school and be like, what happened?
exactly, and that's maybe a little bit of the public pressure we need. And maybe the answer is at that point that, okay, well, the plan is in 2035. And maybe the community comes to us and they says, hey, we want it faster.
Well,
And now
what you need to remember is Prairie Trails, actually, Prairie Trails, Euclid, and Indian Grove all cater to a certain aspect of our district, whereas all those kids will come here and all the families will see this
Yep.
school.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Of course I was going to talk. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm in full support of what you've recommended for several different reasons. And I know that I'm not going to repeat, I literally agree with everything that Becky said. But as a person who is working in our high school district, working with these types of heating elements, we literally had to move students out of entire classrooms so that they couldn't participate in some of their practical pieces because you literally can't be in those rooms. I work with our most vulnerable populations, with students who need the most support in school, and there are times when they're talking and you can't hear them. And so I feel like I don't want to repeat everything that's happening, that's been said here, but for the element of what it gives our students alone, I feel like when we start to work on a building, it's like peeling an onion, like every little piece. You start to mess with the heat, you got to mess with the water. If you have a boiler system, it plays into everything else. So don't get me wrong, I'm on Mount Prospect free page, but we can't have everything for free. We can't push everything down the road. I don't want my taxes raised, but I also don't want, not just my kids, by the time the middle school gets done, my kids will be either in high school or college. But to not do anything at all, I think is irresponsible of us as a board, not just because our buildings will fall into disrepair, but because besides for just being stewards of the pocketbook, we are stewards of our community and our children. And I just don't believe, I think that the numbers that Christy presented tonight speak volumes about where some of our students are struggling, and honestly, it's classroom environment in a lot of places. And I can't see us continuing on and not doing anything because we're not getting everything for the cheapest dollar. And that's my personal opinion. I know we don't necessarily have a staff for the referendum, but I can't just see sitting and doing nothing. So.
Go ahead, Donna.
Just one comment, lots of conversation. We as a board, our main priority is to do what's best for the children, number one. And this is what's best for the children.
Anybody else? Okay. So are we just entertaining the motion a second for the recommendation? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve the recommended 15-year renovation plan properly upgrading infrastructure at each school, renovate Euclid and Indian Grove summer 2023 to summer 2025 with fund balances and bonds, approve architect fees through design development for Euclid and Indian Grove and through construction documents for Euclid for a total of $881,888.
So moved.
Moved by Friedland, second by Fiorito.
Ready for the vote?
Does anyone want to discuss anything before we go to a roll call? Okay.
Fiorito,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Johnson, I vote yes. Grimpy,
Yes.
Pfisterer,
Yes.
Camardo.
No.
Uh-oh. Okay. Hang on a second. How do I change this? My finger just said yes. Sorry.
You could just click
Oh,
on
just
it.
click on it?
Just click on it.
Oh, okay, got it. And the last person, Friedland.
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
Linda, it's still you.
Okay, so the next item is the maintenance grant. Sorry. The next item is the maintenance grant, school maintenance grant that we need to apply to the state for. I gave you two options. We will go to the one that says board letter option E, which is to go ahead and purchase the HVAC equipment. It's a state priority project. And I'm trying to read it. Okay. We would submit a state priority project resulting in energy savings for replacement of existing obsolete HVAC infrastructure and automation controls at Euclid schools. As we've talked about, they're beyond their life, and so we're providing a more reliable, robust, and efficient environment. The board needs to approve this. The state would pay $50,000. We need to match it with at least $50,000. So we have more than $50,000 in cost for the project.
Does anybody have any questions?
So what's the difference between this and the alternate one, other than the cost? So
The alternate one, we would have to apply for permanent improvement projects, which is a lower priority than the state priority projects. And it would be maintenance of our mechanical systems and roofs, if they allow that also.
So it's just a one or the other?
Yes, I put the second one in if we did not approve to go with the VRF DOAS system, which is very high energy efficiency, in the last item. So if we did not vote for the option E, then I had an alternate way that we could use that maintenance money. But since we voted for option E, we can use it as a high efficiency, energy efficiency project.
So it wasn't just voting for the architecture plans, right? So now it's buying all the equipment and all that?
No, this is just applying for the grant from the state. The $50,000 grant from the state. It's just, the board needs to prove that we can apply for this grant.
Right,
then
so
I
where
guess
are we gonna be
why
spending?
can't we vote for, why can't we do both grants?
Because there's only one $50,000 grant.
Okay.
And it's just how we apply for it and which project, which type of project we're applying for it.
So for the grant, we just apply for it, they say yes or no, but we have, is it 2 years to then buy?
Yes.
And show them that we
Yes.
spent the money?
Yes.
Anybody else? Okay. Where am I? Can I get a motion and a second to authorize the submission of the application for the ISB School Maintenance Program Grant? Moved by Grimpy,
Second.
second by Friedland. Anyone have any discussion?
So
Thank you for
even though we-
continuing to look up grants. I said, thank you for continuing to look up grants for us. There are so many grants pulled through this place, I'm always amazed.
Go ahead, Louis.
So even though we're going forward with that recommendation E, we still couldn't use this alternate option grant project funds? Like, don't we need emergency projects, health, life, safety, state priority projects, permanent improvement projects?
The state,
Isn't that
the
all
state
still
has,
relevant?
the state has one maintenance grant that we can apply for now. We need to apply by November 18th for $50,000. We can apply for that grant in one of these categories. 1, emergency projects, 2, health, life, safety projects, 3, state priority projects, 4, permanent improvement projects. Our recommendation is that we apply for it as a number 3 state priority project, which includes projects that result in energy conservation savings.
Maybe what Lewis is trying to ask is like, why that option?
I guess, yeah, like, why are we?
Why that option and not the other ones? Or is it just pick one and then go with it?
It's pick one and go with it, and this seems the most likely, easiest way to apply for it.
Was it like the shortest application?
It's a fairly short application. It's the one that I've got the write-up and I've got it ready to go.
I actually have a real question. Sorry, that one was sarcasm. But so when we apply for grants like this, and this is on more of a like a big picture idea, like when we apply for grants like this, does it X us out of other places? Is that sometimes why you pick the grants, like to enter into the, like that's why you're making this choice to go with the?
The state has specific requirements for this type of grant, and I think I tried to do health, life, safety on the last one, and because it wasn't specifically laid out, I couldn't use it, so.
So did we get denied for it?
No, we didn't. So I submitted it as a permanent improvement project, and that was actually replacing the wiring at Euclid, so it's actually tied into this infrastructure project too. So because of the state's requirements, I think it's pretty much guaranteed we can get the $50,000 as long as I apply for it.
Lewis?
I don't know. It just seems like if we're forced to spend something with the time constraint, right? So we have to spend that $2 million within the time constraint. But if we need more flexibility and then we don't get it, being forced to spend $100,000 within a 2-year time constraint, I think we could do very easily.
We're not. I could just put in the $100,000 that we're going to spend on that equipment. I don't have to put the whole $1,900,000 on it.
Okay.
We will spend $100,000.
Well, that's what, to me, that just visually looks like the difference between
Okay.
A and alternate.
Okay, the other thing I've seen governmental bodies do is, are we committing ourselves to buying that specific part number?
No.
Okay.
No.
Because that's my concern. If we're committing to buy it and then you wait I've seen government do this with computer equipment. They put in a bid and 18 months later, they have to go back and buy something that's already been out of production for a year.
No, this is a very basic general grant.
Okay, so even though we're kind of like putting the down payment on it this year, we'll actually go to buy it in 2024 when we're ready to use it.
Yes,
And then we could
yes.
look at, hey, they have a new widget on there.
Yeah, it just says HVAC mechanical equipment. It doesn't say anything more than that. And
For putting- and what do you gotta
energy
put-
efficient HVAC mechanical
And
equipment.
what, you're actually gonna spend $100,000 here to
Yes,
kind of reserve it.
yes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Your mic's on, you got anything? Okay. You can call roll, please.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Friedland,
Yes.
Fiorito.
Yes.
Camardo,
Yes.
Ronstadt.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Pfister.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, committee reports. NSSCO update. Mr. Ronstadt, you are our rep.
I don't know how much energy I got going right now, but no, so we started the process of looking for Dr. Hackett's replacement. We did interview 2 firms that do search firms. We've selected one and have started the process.
It's better than ours.
We did pick another vendor, and we'll see how it goes. That's the biggest news. So.
Benefits Committee, Mrs. Johnson, you are our representative.
Okay. I went to I go to the Wellness Committee every third Wednesday. Benefits Committee every third
Yes.
Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens with the insurance company, our health insurance company, is if we meet certain targets that they set for us, they give us money, an incentive. Most years, it comes to about $20,000. And what we, as a board, agreed to many years ago was whatever incentive that comes to, we will give back to the employees. And so last year, we were able to come in with an incentive of, where is that? $20,000? $20,236. So the committee figured out how they want to send that money back to the teachers and the staff, how to do it. And they came up with some more things that you see in the memo from Lyndall. And so what they're doing this year is recommending that employees get a stipend of $150 for obtaining 300 points and $75 for 200 points. And this would be an anticipated cost of $15,000 to $20,000, and all the payroll taxes are taken out. So,
What happens with any money that's left over if people don't meet it?
there's nothing left over.
Yeah, we have in past years had some left over, but I've kept track of it. And as of last year, we spent all of it, so we're starting with the $20,000 this year. I keep track of it in a spreadsheet and
Great.
continues with the employees.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to approve the employee stipend of $150 for obtaining 300 points and $75 for 200 points out of 375 on our 2022-2023 Wellness Challenge with an anticipated cost of $15,000 to $20,000. All payroll taxes will be deducted from the stipend as required by the IRS. Moved by Grimpy.
Second.
Second by Friedland. Any comments or questions before we go to roll? Okay, Mrs. Johnson, please.
I just want to point out that
Apparently there
thank
is
you for doing this because I feel, well, it wasn't really a question, it's more of a comment. Sorry, President Grimpy. But anyways, wellness programs, I just find that they reduce overall costs for our benefits. So it's nice, especially, since we've, obviously made some changes in contracts over the years. So I think this is a really great benefit for employees to take advantage of.
Anybody else? Okay, Mrs. Johnson, please call roll.
Friedland?
Yes.
Pfisterer?
Yes.
Fiorito?
Yes.
Camardo?
Yes.
I got it. It's getting late. Grimpy?
Yes.
Johnson, I vote yes, and Ronstadt?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, President's report, that's me. Upcoming events for the next month or so. We've got the Principal and Assistant Principal Appreciation Week. Oh, they left.
I know they all.
We have the hero presentation at RTMS next on the 26th. We will have our board self-evaluation on November 1st. I can keep reminding you to mark your calendars, but now it's actually going to happen around the corner, so make sure your calendar is marked. Election Day on the 8th, all buildings are closed because there is a polling place at Indian Grove. And then our next regular board meeting will be on the 15th here at the middle school. And then shortly after that, we do have the III conference from the 18th to the 20th. And then just a reminder to Mr. Ronstadt, since you are our rep at the conference, we'll have to go over the resolutions at the next meeting, so you'll kind of be in charge of that.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Can I add that there's PTC Fall Dance here on Friday night, and there's the Veterans Day Breakfast, which I highly recommend. If you have a veteran in your family, you should bring them because it is outstanding. It is on November 11th, a very special day for me, at 6:45 a.m. in the River Trails cafeteria.
I will have that information in my Friday update with the RSVP, so you can look for it there.
I have a question. I got that invitation. Can we attend as board members even if we don't have a?
You should.
Well, it wasn't clear on the invitation, so I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Superintendent's report, Dr. Megali, you are up.
Well, I'm so excited to give my 100-day update at 10 p.m. tonight. All right, so I'm just going to go through a couple of slides. So here I am at my 100-day update, and it's really 100 days since I was hired. So obviously we're not 100 days into the school year yet, but 100 days since I was hired. I left in my presentation basically my original objectives and key results that I kicked off with in my interview. So I did not change a word on those. So really my objectives kicking off this 100 days was kind of centering, first of all, jumping right in. Time was of the essence, so I really needed to jump right in and maximize every minute that I had. But really just kind of balance that continued and expanded relationship building and be thoughtful of the work of where we currently were ending the school year last year and where I wanted to go. So those are those same objectives that you saw back in April. And where did I want to be? My key results, kind of summing these 100 days up, was really just, again, digging into those relationships. I had very close relationships with the departments that I worked with regularly, but I wanted to expand those with the Rotary Club and families and start building upon that. Even having this board report tonight, that was one of my key results when I started this, that I wanted to keep you up to date with what my direction was, things that I've been doing and where I want to go. 4 and 5 are more ongoing and long-term, but I still have my sights set on those key results. So just kind of a recap of the plan. That first phase was really that pre-entry. Most of May and June, a ton to do in a short period of time. Weekly meetings with Nancy, getting ready to transition, hiring my position and getting that posted, and really just joining in on any meeting that I could, any conversation that I could, and trying to have as many meetings with other stakeholders as possible. I started my board one-to-one meetings about that time and really started pre-work in my mind. I had a vision. I started working with Ben on communication, so I had a lot of visions, had a lot of things in my mind that I started to pave that path in that pre-entry. So that was really May and June. And then when I officially started, July 1st, was really that phase 2. July, a lot of people were on vacation, so it really gave me time to work and kind of settle my mind. Take all of that craziness of May and June and really put some really good thought behind where I wanted to go and what was my messaging and vision for the school year ahead. Carrie also started in July, so it gave us time, some really good one-on-one time to get her acclimated and caught up in where, things that I had left undone and places where she needed to hit the ground running herself. There were a number of key items for me to prep for, and because it was my first opening day with staff, my first opening day for the Innovation Symposium as the keynote speaker, I really wanted that to go well. So I put a lot of time and thought into kind of that launch of the school year for myself. Had to develop new working relationships with you all and with Patty and even my cabinet. So July was really kind of connecting and really digging deeper into that work in anticipation of the launch. So that phase 3 was really kind of the start of school until where we are now. It's been about 40 work days since school started, and that part's flown by the fastest. I feel like right now I realize that spending that time in the summer planning is one thing, but then when the school year starts and you get going, completely different story. So I feel like I am at the point where I'm trying to set good routines for myself. I am trying to collect my own data and trying to figure out what do I want for myself in this role. You guys have seen how I started out with the Friday update, was just an email. And then that just wasn't working for me anymore, so I kind of shifted that. So that's kind of what I mean about just finding my place and finding what's working for me. I also feel like right now, getting into buildings regularly is something that I've prioritized, and really getting into classrooms, so that's a focus that I have right now. I had an idea to get on the announcements with the principals of the elementary schools so that the kids could see me as the superintendent and know what a superintendent is, what does a superintendent do. So then when I went into their classrooms, they actually remembered me from the announcements. I saw a third grader at the concert last night, and she said, "You read to my class, didn't you?" And I said, "I did." So just building those connections with the kids in all grade levels. It's been fun, but again, trying to find my place there. So where am I going? Next 100 days. So some of my priorities are listed here. I'm really working to be at a lot more events now that we have kicked off. I mean, every event under the sun is back. So working to be at the multiple building events and out and about. So really just continuing to have my presence out there. I'm in the beginning stages of principal evaluation. And so I just want to make sure that I'm doing a worthwhile job of providing my administrative team really good feedback and helping them grow professionally. And really, I keep using this phrase, elevate our work, but that's where I'm kind of continuing to work. I mean, we have been able to already go deeper in our safety plans, getting more precise in our drills, and really honing in on some of the details that we just haven't been able to do. We have analyzed our data more already this year than we have since I've been in this district, and part of it is that we actually have good data now. We've got back-to-back data, we're all in school, and we have really good direction. So, we're really starting to see where we are post-COVID, so I'm always keeping my eye on what's ahead, planning for things coming up, but really proud of the work that we've started and the focus that we have and where all the buildings are going. So, on a personal note, business and finance, you all know, is an area that I've been knocking on Lindell's door regularly. So that's an area personally that, I'm working on growing in, but, so that's where I am. That's where I'm at now. Any questions? Comments, thoughts?
I have two questions,
Sure.
actually. So when you met with all of our, not all, when you met with a lot of stakeholders, and one thing that I don't want to, just wipe over is we're perceived as a good district, which is great. What was any of the surprising things you heard or that you weren't prepared for?
I don't think anything was surprising. I think almost everybody was super appreciative for the time. I don't know if they felt like they have an avenue sometimes to be heard. So one thing that occurred to me was I think sometimes people come to a board meeting to engage in discussion with the board, but don't realize it's not a two-way conversation.
Sure.
And so I think that is something that's just an avenue that we don't have paved really well for families to have a two-way discussion. So by having these meetings, it offered that. So that's something that's kind of in my mind. I don't know the perfect setup, but I think families are looking for more ways to engage in dialogue. So safety was a hot topic from a lot of families that I met with. Curricular and the national sex standards, I mean, that was a hot topic. So some of these things were not a surprise. But even just some curricular things, some families, we have an accelerated program and we have intervention. So making sure that we are keeping an eye on, that middle group and that middle, maybe that upper middle group, and how are we continuing to push kids. So nothing outside of the norm of what we already have conversations on. But again, I think just hearing it directly from the parents and the families is the biggest benefit.
And the other thing that I'm excited about, and I don't see it in your plan, I don't think that you forgot about it, but I just want to bring that up, is you were looking to merge our strategic plan and equity plan. I just want to see where that fits in your next 100 days? When do
Yeah.
you start, or have you started?
Yes, so we had a meeting already with the strand leaders to really kind of carve out our direction. We had Yvette, you remember Yvette? She was kind of our consultant. So we met with her and the strand leaders to say, okay, now what? We're in our year one, we're in our pilot year. What do districts do now? How do they set up? And so she gave us a couple of ideas of how we could set up. You know, we could meet as strand leaders. We can break off into strands. We can come together as a whole group. She is offering 2 hours for free. So that is an advantage that we can take advantage of. So we met as strand leaders. We did a touch base. Some of those strands are going back to their teams, but we are all coming back together again in November. So we've got a couple of dates on the calendar and some action items. But again, just continuing to dig on that.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else? Janine, go ahead.
So going along, like piggybacking off of Bill's question about the equity and strategic plan coming together, is there any way that we can, because I know I'm part of the equity, the DELT too, but like, is there any way that we can get kind of maybe even just like a report on what we are already doing? Because like even when Mary was talking about the advisory groups and how we're trying to implement pilot plans at both like at the elementary level too, I just would be interested to see kind of, because those do overlap with our strategic plan.
Yeah.
Like we're already doing a lot of these things and implementing pilot programs or programs that do already overlap. So I think it would be beneficial maybe to have like
Maybe a refresher, because
Or
we
just
have
like
an
a
equity action plan for
Correct.
this year. So maybe a refresher on what those things were? and how does
possibly,
that
or just
align?
maybe like a visual on where we already have overlap.
Okay, yeah.
So then, or maybe not, Bill, if you could, you're not in my head, but if you could help me, like, so just that we could see how those two plans are already starting to overlap, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, and we talked about that as strand leaders and kind of talked about how we could merge some of those areas. Part of the dialogue in that first meeting was, right now, one strand leader has a lot of work to do. And a lot of it actually falls under like Christy's domain, the curriculum and the PD. So we talked about how can we merge and have multiple strand leaders. So I can definitely bring that back and kind of talk about, here's where we are, even the refresher maybe in year one, and then how the structure moving forward. After our November meeting, I'll have a better sense of what that could look like.
Okay, because it's not necessarily urgent, because because as a board, we know in the
but
background
it's
things are
already
happening, but it
November,
would be,
so
yeah, but
that
it would be good, yeah. Yes, thank you.
And does that refresher hit new teachers who didn't go through the course the first time, or?
We, Christy and I did kind of like an Equity 101
When
for
you
their
onboarded them?
orientation, because
Okay,
we
that's
felt
what I
like
thought.
that was such a key part of
Sure.
our
Absolutely.
district.
No doubt,
So that
no
was one
doubt.
of their first opening days.
Great. Anybody else? Okay. Nice job. There was a FOIA request. Thank you, Patty. And then future topics. Again, our self-evaluation on November 1st at Prairie Trails from 7 to 9. And does anybody have anything else for future consideration? Okay, this brings us up to visitors' comments. Does anybody have any comments for the board? Okay.
I do, but I didn't fill out the comment form.
That's fine. Well, yeah, fill it out after you speak. That's fine. That'd be great.
My name is Carlo Maselli. I've been here before and I spoke. I was late this morning, the beginning of this meeting, and I see on the agenda the policy 660 was not talked about. I just have a few questions about it. If it was addressed, is it addressed? Is it done? So I know this is more of a comment thing, but I just don't know if it was talked about. My wife was home and she watched the live stream and she went back and she didn't say they talked about it. So I just wonder where we're at with that, if I'm allowed to ask that question. Thank you.
There will be a communication coming out regarding that, but we did talk about it more so at the last board meeting. It was more of a discussion item.
Right, and just to further clarify, the only reason that we didn't discuss it tonight was because it was in the consent agenda. So those are the items that get approved unless we pull something. Okay, I hope that helps.
I will entertain a motion in a second to go into closed session for the matters of personnel and sale of property.
So moved.
Moved by Fiorito.
Second.
Second by Camardo. Any comments or questions? Donna, go ahead and take roll, please. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Pfisterer,
Yes.
Camardo,
Nice job. Yes?
and Johnson. I vote yes. So we're in closed session at
10:15. Also, there will be no action taken upon the exit of closed session. Yep.
That's fine.
Fiorito and Camardo.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Friedland,
Yes.
Johnson votes yes. Camardo,
Yes.
Fiorito,
Yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Ronstadt,
Yes.
Fisterer.
Yes.
Okay, we're in open session at 11:06.
I only have one, hey Patty, did you find all the resolutions?
What
For
No, Ben came
the,
back.
Triple I conference.
Yeah, I sent them. She sent them. They're in an email.
They're in an email.
Who are you, that called?
Yes.
Yes. It's a PDF.
So. it
I
is-
have
Yes,
yet
it is
to-
a PDF, that's
I have
fine.
yet to get the actual booklets to give to you. They didn't deliver those yet, but I
Okay.
got the PDF.
So we're gonna review that at the second meeting in November, so please make sure you
There's
have
nothing
your.
controversy if you didn't.
No, it's not, no. The armed person in your district is not on there, which is surprising.
Yeah.
At least I didn't see it.
They changed it, where you can only do it every so many years.
So I just want everyone to be prepared, Robert's gonna run that, that'll be, again, second meeting in November, so we'll make that easy.
It'll be much smoother, Robert, than it's been.
That's it. So with no further business to come before the board, I will entertain a motion to second to adjourn the meeting at 11:07.
So moved.
Second. Second by, yeah, motion by Fiorito, second by Ronstadt.
Yeah, I think I got it. Ready? Okay.
You can put it in there.
I can.
Yeah, you're gonna go to close up, you're gonna go over to the end. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Friedland,
Yes.
Johnson votes yes. Camardo,
Yes.
Fiorito,
Yes.
Grimpy,
Yes.
Ronstadt, Fisterer.
Yes.
What time?
11:07.
See you guys on the 1st of November at Prairie Trail. That is our self-evaluation.